did. I shared it with a couple of people too. And, they were saying, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture Committee. Are any committee members in the hallway? I'd like to get started. Yeah, I know that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'd like members to take their seats, please. And I would like to have Representative Kenny lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, we have a hearing this morning for HB 566. I left my gavel at home, so I get this really nifty piece of wood to knock on, courtesy of Representative Spillane. So I'm going to open the hearing this morning for HB 566, requiring permit applications for new landfills to contain a detailed plan for leachate management. And here to introduce the bill is Representative Germana. Good morning, Representative Germana. Thank you. Makes you legal, your pink card. If anybody wishes to speak, please make sure you have a pink card. And I'd also like to remind committee members that for our purpose in these hearings is to receive testimony. If we have questions on what the person has said, that's fine, but we want to make sure we are not arguing back and forth, we are not with the person testifying, that we are not asking leading questions. We are just here to listen to what people have to say regarding the legislation before us. Representative Bixby, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that we can do in order to make our process a little bit more efficient is pay attention to, if you hear a witness provide an answer to a question, and it's clear that that is what they are, what they think is in fact the case, don't ask the same question again in a different way, because you're not going to get a different answer. So think about think about what's going to get the most information out the most efficiently. Don't try to and if a question really has been answered, don't reiterate it.
Thank you. I also want to inform committee members that I have to introduce a bill in election law at 20 after 10. So I will leave the committee in the capable hands of our Vice Chair, Representative Comtois. And with that, I would like to begin our hearing. And good morning, Representative Germana.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable colleagues. I don't have written testimony, but I did pass around a document. Should be enough copies for everybody and two for the clerk that I'll be referring to during my introduction. So the origin of this bill regarding plans for leachate management and transportation. I think we're all aware of reporting over the last year about problems with management of leachate and transportation at some of the landfills here in New Hampshire. Last July, there was an article in New Hampshire Bulletin about infractions, I quote, hundreds of infractions, hundreds of times that Casella at their Bethlehem facility failed to keep leachate to its required levels and to file mandatory reports. That article from the Bulletin in July also referred to at least 3 other facilities in the state that received letters citing deficiencies associated with leachate management. And so this bill is a very bipartisan bill, as you can see from the sponsorship. We have worked with the Department of Environmental Services. I've also spoken with Mr. Poggi from the Turnkey facility in Rochester to try to better understand how they deal with leachate at that facility. I'll be speaking in a moment to some specific changes that I think I will be coming forward with an amendment based on conversations with the experts at DES and the folks at Turnkey. But I think it's clear that we recognize that this is a problem in the state. As you said, that article last summer made it clear that there are a number of facilities, and some facilities with literally citing hundreds of potential violations. We need to address this concern, particularly as we become more and more aware of the dangers of PFAS, this leachate, this so-called trash juice is filled with these materials. They are disposed of ultimately through our wastewater treatment plants, and so the danger to public health, both in terms of potential on-site problems, potential transportation issues, but also as we consider how they are ultimately disposed of. This is an issue that a bipartisan group of our legislature has come together to address. With the increased frequency and severity of rainstorms that we've seen, once in a century floods every 3 to 5 years over the past few years, we are seeing larger and larger quantities of leachate being produced at these facilities. And that is part of the reason why we're in the problem that we are in, is because the plans for leachate management did not, when these facilities were brought into operation, they were not designed for the amount and severity of the rainstorms that we've been getting. So they're not adequately prepared in many cases to be able to deal with the amount of leachate that's being produced at these facilities. So again, that is one of the driving motives behind this legislation, is the recognition that with the increased severe weather we've had, that we need to be much more mindful about how we are managing leachate on site, transporting it, and ultimately seeing it disposed of. I want to speak very briefly to one of the objections I've already seen about potential concerns that this would somehow be a problem for businesses, that this would hamper the ability of businesses to innovate. Obviously, what we know about PFAS is changing. Methods for treating PFAS are changing rapidly. Businesses certainly need to be able to come up with new methods for treating the leachate. Turnkey does some really interesting, a couple of different ways that they pre-treat their leachate before it is transported actually through pipes rather than trucks to a facility, a wastewater facility. So we need that innovation. This bill does not in any way hamper innovation. This simply says when you're applying for a permit, I'm going to talk about the language a little bit in a minute. When you're applying for a permit, you have to have a plan, a detailed plan for how you're going to manage the leachate on site, how you are going to transport that leachate off-site, and a recognition that you have some responsibility for making sure that it is disposed of in a safe way on the other side. It doesn't dictate how that has to be done. It says nothing at all about specific methods of doing these things, which would, instantiate in statute requirements that could hamper business development. None of that. And there is a passage in the second paragraph of this bill which says very clearly, when you have new contracts, for example, for transportation or disposal of the leachate, you simply have to then report those new contracts. It doesn't, as I said, in any way restrict the content of those contracts. It simply says that when you enter into new agreements, those new agreements have to be reported as part of the plan that is provided to the department. So what I've distributed to you all is it's not a formal draft of an amendment. It's some new language that I wanted to share with you all, and depending on how our conversation goes, sending this to OLS to have as an amendment for when we do a work session or an executive session. But some of these changes that you see in the handout that I provided are the result of the conversations I've had with Mike Wimsatt and with Mr. Poggi from Waste Management at Turnkey. So if you look at the bill itself, the page that has State of New Hampshire at the top, unfortunately, I apologize that the photocopy that you all received, the kind of highlighted portions are very, very difficult to see. They got kind of washed out in the photocopy. If you look very, very hard, you can faintly see outlines, but I'll point to them in this text. And if you look at the other side of the bill, you will see the specific references that were highlighted on the first side. The bill, as you can see, has 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph is about a leachate management plan, to say that when you're applying for a permit, and again, I'm going to speak about that language, you have to have a plan. That plan contains certain elements about management, transportation, and disposal for the lifetime of the facility, including post-closure period. The second paragraph contains some specific language around contracts that operators would have with companies, again, for disposal or transportation or disposal. When I met with Director Wimsatt and spoke to the folks at Turnkey about their operation, it became clear in the bill as it is written, there's some language in that second paragraph specifically about long-term contracts that is inappropriate for that section of the bill. We can't, completely understandably, we can't require these facilities to be able to demonstrate that they have contracts 20 or 30 years down the road. That's not how it works. And I appreciate that feedback. So what we did is we removed some of that language from the contractual paragraph, the second paragraph, and we put that up. The plan is to move it up to the first paragraph, right? So that it is not required in terms of demonstrating a contract that contains these things, but instead to say that your plan, when you submit for a permit, must contain details about how you plan to deal with these things. So if you see my summary of proposed changes, I'll walk you through very briefly just 5 changes. All of the language from the bill you have in front of you is there. It's been moved around and it's been adjusted in a couple of cases. So after discussion with DES, I think it makes sense to change the phrase permit for construction to operating approval. That is, as I understand it, a more accurate reflection of the permitting process. Number 2, at the suggestion of DES, an amendment that I would plan would include expansions of landfills. They said that was, as far as they were concerned, entirely consistent with what they do anyway, how they would evaluate applications for expansions of landfills. Third, this has to do with that language that was moved out of the contract section up into the section requiring a plan. The language throughout the entire life of the facility, including the post-closure period, has been moved, as I said, from the contractual requirements section up to the details of the leachate management plan. Likewise, number 4, the language regarding frequency of shipments and details of contingency plans has also been moved into the section on the leachate management plan. Obviously, again, these are things that, by their nature, contingencies, things change, business relationships change. We can't require all of those things over a long period of time in contract, but we need to make sure, number 1, that they are in the plan from the beginning, and number 2, that when changes are made in those contracts, that they are subsequently submitted to DES. And finally, there is a section at the bottom, the new subparagraph. This, I think, is likely to be removed because upon discussion with Director Wimsatt, I think some of the other changes above actually remove the necessity for adding this paragraph. In particular, especially that change regarding operating approval, that phrase. So that is an overview of the bill. I hope I have explained it in a way that makes sense and also in a way that allows you to see how the changes keep the purpose and the language of the original bill, but after consultation have probably something that we would want to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative Germana. And I want to tell you, I appreciate the work that you've done and the collaboration you've done with the department on this bill to bring it to us in a more workable, more understandable form. And I appreciate your time and your work on that. Representative Bixby, you had a question?
Yeah, I have, it's just a clarifying question. Since the highlighting didn't come through, I just want to make sure that what you're talking about is what's being deleted is from line 20 to line 23.
Yes, that's correct, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Representative. One question I have is, so you're saying that Waste Management has in place this leaching information available to us, but Casella doesn't? Is that correct in saying that? Am I correct in saying that?
No, thank you for the question. I don't believe that's the case. By rule right now, a number of these things are already required and are overseen. And that's, for example, that article referred to actions that kind of DES has taken with regard to a number of operators in the state. So I believe that DES has this information on, from all of the operators.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for testifying on this bill. What recourse is there, if any, that if the plan that is provided in order to get the permit later falls through? They don't follow through on their plan, or something happens where, oops, we didn't quite pull it off like we thought we would. That's kind of my concern. Is you had a plan, but you didn't execute, and now the water table's been poisoned. What do you say about that? Thank you.
That's an excellent question. Thank you very much. And I would defer on some of the details to DES. I don't know if they're here, if we have some folks. Great, on some of those details. Excellent, thank you. But my understanding is that, first of all, we have to think about the relationship between these operators and DES as an ongoing conversation. So when it comes to monitoring the plans and whether or not the plans are being implemented, I think that's part of an ongoing relationship between DES and operators. DES also has the ability, again, and I can provide the specific citation to the committee, that article from July refers to letters and actually has links to certain letters that DES wrote to some of the operators in the state about deficiencies in their management of leachate. So that's part of an ongoing process. And then when there are violations, as there have been, as I said, DES can speak to the specific mechanisms that they use to have enforcement.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This letter that we just got from the BIA, and thanks, Representative Germana, for putting together such a great idea. They mentioned that regulation might, what do they say? Instituting a statutory approach, there is serious risk of statutory parameters turning into restraints on innovation. And I'm just wondering if the plans are just it can't be expanded after.
Thank you very much for that question, representatives. So two things. Number one, as I mentioned before, there is nothing in this bill that is going to stifle innovation, right? Again, when new contracts are entered into, as new technologies develop, though that information can just be forwarded to DES, right? So there's nothing that locks them into any particular method or any particular contract. So I don't see where the argument comes from that innovation is being stifled. As to the first part of that question, I will only say that I worked closely with DES to craft the language, especially in the amendment that I plan to put forward. And DES has told myself and Representative Ebel, who attended that meeting, that they see this as a valuable tool that goes hand in hand with what currently exists in rules. So we have worked hard to make sure that this isn't simply a duplication of what's in rules, but that it is, in fact, an effort to put something in statute that helps DES implement rules in a more effective way.
Follow up?
Thank you. Is there any way to write into the language increasing the plan or changing the plan to respond to failure of the plan?
I think I will punt on that to DES because I think it is connected to Representative King's question about how DES relates to these operators and what the consequences would be if a company fails to adhere to its plan. So I think DES can speak to that better than I can.
Anybody else have questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Germana. And I'd like to call Notch Grays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nate Grays for the Business and Industry Association. I appreciate you all taking the time to look at the letter that I handed out earlier today. So let me just start off by saying we do oppose this bill as it has been introduced to you based on the representative's prior testimony. It sounds like there's going to be a substantial rewrite, so I'd certainly like to have the opportunity to take a look at that and see how that would affect our position. But one thing that I would like to point out, which is not in the letter, but which I thought of as the testimony proceeded this morning, was simply asking the question of whether this legislation was necessary. I think there was a reference to an article in the New Hampshire Bulletin, which cites New Hampshire DES issuing a number of letters of deficiency. And taking a look at those letters, they cite specific provisions within the ENV 806 rules and basically said, hey, operator, you're doing things wrong. So there are already rules in place that regulate these areas. And the point of the letters is obviously to induce the operators to make changes to manage leachate in a different manner. So based on the description of the forthcoming amendment and the ability of operators to simply alter the contracts, imagine a scenario where I'm an operator or I would like to be an operator. So I submit a plan to DES and then I can just go and change a contract a month later. So what's the point of that is kind of my question. It seems that to me that a better option is to allow the administrative rules to continue what they normally continue, which is give DES authority to regulate this particular area, refine kind of what the federal permitting rules are as well. And as part of that process, assist operators if and when issues arise. That's certainly part of DES's technical assistance. It's something they can do in a nimble fashion within the rule framework, which is much harder to do in the statute if you were to put this in statute, because in statute they'd have to come back to the legislature, make changes rather than take a look at their existing rules or write the rules in a manner that allows them to look at things like new innovative products for treatment of PFAS. As we learn more about that, as operators experiment with, what could we do to pre-treat leachate before it goes to the wastewater treatment facility? Is something like a resin solution going to work? Is something like a carbon-based solution going to work? Is it going to be the case that RO filters are the best option? As they really narrow that down, DES has that authority within their current regulatory framework, and certainly they could rewrite the rule the rules if necessary, to allow them to do that, as other states have done, to help address new and emerging issues that arise out of leachate management, as well as, of course, provide technical assistance for best practices. So I just don't, I think, although I haven't seen the language for the substantial rewrite of the amendment, I believe it's the case that our position would be to continue to oppose it based on the fact that it's simply not necessary. Happy to take questions.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So, the way I'm reading the bill, it is essentially requiring that when a landfill is being planned, it is that that part of that planning has to requires advanced planning for how leachate is going to be managed, and that's going to be something that gets built into the infrastructure of the landfill. But it also looks like the way that it's phrased here, it allows for updating as requirements. You mentioned contracts, so this is a plan for like 30 years. So you're not going to be able to plan your contracts for 30 years.
Of course.
So it leaves that, it seems like it leaves that, that avenue still open for changing contracts as you need to. So I'm not quite sure, how this is going to be, if it gives a lot of leeway for discussion between the department and the operator, could you explain a little bit more how that is going to be, limiting the operator's freedom?
Well, the department and the operator already have the opportunity to have that discussion, and leachate's already a managed, I'm going to call it an item, but trash juice is already managed, right? So it's not like you can start up a landfill and just, dump it into the river. That's not the process. There's a whole regulatory framework laid out under the 806 rules about how you treat this. So as you plan a new landfill, you already have to look at the rules, and you already have to have in place, a plan, engineering design, and then in response to what's actually happening on the landfill, you have to make adjustments as that goes, which is going to require discussion with DES under their existing rules. So again, I'm not sure what this legislation adds to the regulatory framework other than to, freeze it in place. And obviously, as we've heard from earlier testimony, there are some concerns about the bill as introduced and the language as introduced, causing an interpretation to be that you have to have something like, a 50-year contract, which simply, I think everybody recognizes is not doable.
Follow up.
Yes, so I'm not quite sure where where this changes the relationship with the rules, other than just clarifying how the rules will go forward.
So, to build off your question, Representative, I'm not sure how this changes the rules other than it constrains the current rulemaking process in a manner which, again, I haven't seen the amendment. I don't know if that's something that the committee would be amenable to, that constrains the ability of DES to adopt rules that reflect what they're actually seeing.
Thank you.
Representative Howard, then Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the way I see it is that this bill would establish a starting point or a commitment to a plan, and if we wait to make rules that respond to conditions that have already, say, gone bad, then the horse is out of the barn. So it seems like this bill will help us to establish a commitment to dealing with leachate in the best possible way.
So my response to that would be, as I understood it, the reason for this legislation was because of an article in the New Hampshire Bulletin citing DES letters of deficiency based on existing rules. So again, there are already rules in place. Why do we need this legislation?
Representative Potenza.
So I have two questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. So would you think that 1,000 violations in a row be evidence in these letters that they're not effective in changing behavior?
I can't speak to, the process of enforcement at the departmental level. What I would say is that, attempting but not capturing the existing rules to rewrite them in a different place is not necessarily going to change how those, what people do with those.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are you familiar with the current rule now, Environment 806.53, that requires no less than 2 locations for leachate treatment or disposal shall be available by written agreement to manage the quantity of leachate generated by the facility during its active life? And then you've got furthermore,
Representative,
I've got a
is it-
question. Because basically your testimony is contradicting. This bill doesn't set new rules.
Representative,
It just
ask
sets the guardrails for that. Are you familiar with these are already in place? Like the leachate stuff that you already have to do is already in place. It's not changing that. It's just putting some parameters.
Thank you, Representative Potenza. That's exactly the point that I'm trying to make. Is there's no reason this bill is entirely unnecessary if the entire purpose of it is to simply move the rules into state statute. DES already has the rules in place. They've adopted rules. As far as I'm aware, they work well, and they certainly garner public attention.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you say that DES rules are more or less, what's the word I want to use, protected more or less long-term than a state statute is? I mean, wouldn't you say a state statute is more affirmative of what the state is actually trying to do around those rules? And if there's a presented problem, such as 1,000 instances of such a thing happening, a state statute would be more impactful than DES rules?
If I understood the question correctly, Representative Wheeler, you're asking me whether I think that a state statute is longer lasting than the agency rules. My understanding is that generally the legislature grants agencies the authority to write rules because they recognize that technical experts at the agency are in the best position to assess really the technical aspects as well as new innovations coming forward and adjust those rules if proper over time. So rather than having to come back to the legislature and go through a legislative process, the rulemaking process can occur at the agency level among those technical experts with stakeholders there having input.
Follow up, yes.
I appreciate that. Now, wouldn't it be true that in some instances, say for instance, I don't know, trash juice is leaching out and poisoning the land of the state, that it's maybe prudent for the legislature to take a step forward and put those rules into statute? Or, there are instances where DES and the technical expertise of the organization should create those rules, and then there are other instances where the public health is so profoundly affected that the legislature and the representatives should do something. Where do you think that line is?
Well, given that the 806 rules exist and they've gone through the jail car process, therefore seen approval by the legislature, they've been in place for a long period of time. What I would say is that it seems like it's the legislature's policy that DES should regulate leachate, and the agency appears to be doing that.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Nate.
Morning.
Would you agree that the state has a leachate problem?
I don't know that I would be qualified to judge that, Representative.
Okay. If I may, second
Follow up,
question.
yep.
So is it your understanding that the legislature makes the rules, makes the law, and that the agency writes the rules?
Representative, the way I would frame it is the legislature sets the general policy, regulate leachate. The agency goes out through the rulemaking process, has created the 806 rules. That's what we have in place right now. And it's my belief that those work well.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Howard?
Hi. So again, the way that I see it, the laws and the rules are conceptual. The concept of controlling leachate is defined in the rules and in the law, and the plan is a detailed and specific approach, but at that site by that purveyor that would answer the rules, the concept that would fill the concept in that at that place by that person or by that company. So do you see a difference between the rules and the actual plan as as a fulfillment of the concept?
I'm not sure I entirely understood the question, Representative Howard, but I will do my best to respond. Because the 806 rules exist, anyone who wants to open a new landfill in the state would have to keep account of those rules along with any additional rules applicable to them, along with obviously any state statutes, permitting, et cetera, at the state and federal level, in their entire engineering for that facility. So it would already be the case that they're taking account of this. So again, there's no need to add additional statute to this because it doesn't actually add anything to what potential new operators are doing. At best, it's repetitive. At worst, it interferes with or would create a conflict with existing rules or potential future rules based on, new technologies coming online or based on, new requirements, maybe the impossibility of certain contractual language, et cetera. And so the only thing that ends up doing is gumming up the works as businesses try to figure out, what are the rules that I'm supposed to follow because I have a state statute plus I have these rules, and we're also hearing from other industry players. Here's some new innovative technology, like example, PFAS treatment. It's working really well in some other state. We want to bring it in. It may be the case, and I'm not an expert at New Hampshire's rules, but it may be the case that like in Vermont, our agency could say, yep, we're going to go through our permitting process, make some slight adjustments so we can have that as a potential use here. Whereas if we're in state statute, we're stuck and we have to come back to the legislature, get permission from the legislature, which then would require the agency to rewrite the rules. And you're taking this long process instead of really shortening it up, which allows treatment of something like PFAS to occur in a faster manner.
Representative Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One quick question. Do you see this to be a burden on the industry as opposed to what it actually does, in my opinion, is give us more in-depth look at what's going on in the leachate?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we would consider this a burden on the industry because, again, you'd be setting up this whole another regulatory framework, even though one already exists.
Follow up.
Thank you. This, in my opinion, this seems to clarify what's already written. Do you agree with that statement?
I do not.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony
Thank you.
this morning. I'd like to call Tom Tower from Whitefield, representing North Country ABC. Welcome, Mr. Tower. You've asked for 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. There's been so much discussion around the article in the New Hampshire Bulletin. I thought I'd take the opportunity to pass it around. I think it's informative and probably a good idea that, if you can, to take a look at it. First of all, Madam Chair, nice to see you presiding over this committee again and all the familiar faces that we've spoken to over the years. It's nice to see you. For those people that I have not met, and for the record, my name is Tom Tower, and I live in Whitefield, New Hampshire, and I'm here also representing North Country Alliance for Balanced Change. I'd like to think that that every bill that comes before this committee is important, and I've seen an awful lot of them over the years, but not all of them are urgent. This one is urgent. And I'm going to take just a minute to read a few of the passages that are in that New Hampshire Bulletin piece, which I think will further exemplify why we feel this is urgent. So Representative Germana spoke about a situation that occurred in Bethlehem, and in that particular facility, leachate is pumped off the liner where it travels through pipes and onto a storage tank before getting trucked off the facility and treated. From the second half of 2021 to the first half of 2023, the landfill pumped out 2.8 million gallons of leachate per quarter. That skyrocketed from the second half of 2023 to the beginning of 2024 to 5.2 million gallons per quarter. By rule, landfills are also required to have systems in place to prevent more than 12 inches of leachate from being stored on the liner. On hundreds of occasions between July 2023 and June 2024, the Bethlehem facility failed to keep to that required level, and in one instance, that level was 116.42 inches, almost 10 times higher than required. Now, why is that important? There's a reason that the DES has rules in place that leachate shouldn't be any higher than 12 inches, because when it does go higher than 12 inches, it puts an undue amount of stress on that infrastructure and could potentially lead to a disastrous issue of contamination, and certainly PFAS contamination. HB 566 addresses a regulatory gap requiring detailed planning for the back end, including transportation and wastewater treatment. The plans do not include that today. Today, it's primarily collection and storage. Does this put an undue burden? I shouldn't say undue, but does it place additional burdens on an applicant? Well, yes, it does. Yes, it does. But at the same time, the benefits of health and the benefits to local economy surrounding these areas that are potentially contaminated are incomparable. And I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tower. Any questions from the Representative Bixby?
Yes, so thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tower, for coming in. So am I correct in understanding your testimony as saying that the advantage of this bill over existing rules is that this bill actually covers the entire life cycle of the leachate process as opposed to just the front end of it?
That is correct. In life cycle, it certainly can't be on infinitum, but there's already been amendments to clarify the fact that you couldn't put mechanisms in place or contracts, say, beyond a 20-year horizon. I haven't seen the amendment, but yes, that is correct, Representative Bixby.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tower. Appreciate you
You're
coming
welcome.
today.
Thank you, committee.
Mr. Wayne Morrison, also from North Country ABC. You've asked for 5 minutes, but if something's already been said that you've heard, please refrain from repeating it. Welcome. Mike? There you go.
You may want me to turn it off. But, I came this far, I might as well deliver.
Before I probably won't need 5 minutes, but I have some written testimony. But I wanted to put my view of this bill in context before I started. I think this committee, certainly myself, 6 years ago, when I think of a landfill, I think of trash haulers, I think of a mountain of trash, I think of odors, scavenger birds, noise. That's the part of the landfill that I understood. And I had no view, I had no insight into the invisible part of the dangers of a landfill, which is leachate. And although we are deeply concerned about, protecting the environment and our water, I have come to learn that leachate is a much greater risk to our health and our safety than that mountain of trash that we can all see very visibly. I don't know if you know it or not, but landfills generate an incredible volume, a staggering amount of this leachate. It's my understanding that in the 6 landfills that we have in the state of New Hampshire produce something north of 100 million gallons of leachate every year. That's an unbelievable amount that has to be dealt with. And leachate, as you may know, is a cocktail of heavy metals, toxins, PFAS. And the process that we have today, the best available system we have today, is all of that leachate in one form or another is either trucked or piped to a municipal solid waste facility. And if everything works perfectly, some of those toxins are removed and some of them aren't. And PFAS, for example, either ends up being concentrated into sludge or bricks that go back to the landfill, or a certain percentage of it, the solution we have today, is to dilute it into our rivers, in many cases the Merrimack River. So forgetting about spills and leaks and problems, if the system's working perfectly, we have a flawed system to begin with. To me, the reason to even point that out, the volume of this stuff, is I think the legislature needs to stand up and make a policy position on this stuff. I am guessing that your constituents near those wastewater treatment plants have no idea what's being released into the river. I think we need to be prudent, diligent. I don't know if this creates a little bit more work for the operators, but the risk to human health and to the environment is great. And leachate is becoming a greater and greater problem. What you heard earlier was the climate has changed. We are having more severe storms. It is going to be probably more and more difficult to predict how much leachate is going to be generated each year. And we don't have a lot of excess capacity at our municipal solid waste facilities. I think this is a policy decision. There are rules. Today, I would say they're not effective enough. We can't be careful enough with how we handle this stuff. So I would ask the committee to think hard about this is risks and benefits to the people of the state. And the downside of a problem with leachate is a huge problem, and we can't be careful enough. So I think from my testimony is NCABC strongly supports this bill. The more we learn about leachate, the more concerned we should be. And today we don't, maybe technology will save us. Maybe we will figure out a way to remove some of those toxins. But today they're not totally removed. And I would ask the committee to think hard about how can we put every bell and whistle in place to protect not only the environment, but the health and safety of citizens who today, I'll bet most are unaware of the risk that they're under. So we strongly would suggest you support this bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morrison. Yeah, I have a question from Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for coming in with your testimony. Just for the record, I think it's important. Could you explain, because I know you know, the process of when leachate's like leaving, let's say, NCS in Bethlehem and goes to a wastewater treatment plant, that process, how it's a circular motion and then it ends up coming back into the landfill.
Yeah, so, and again, I've been on a crash course in learning about this stuff because, it's complicated. But, leachate in various forms has to be first collected in the liner, then generally stored, pumped and stored on tanks, and then pumped out of those tanks into trucks, trucked 100 miles down to either Concord or Manchester or Franklin or one of the waste treatment facilities in the area. It goes through a process. Some of the materials are collected in solids and brought back to the landfill. And the effluent is then released after the processing into the river. So we have a very convoluted system, right? I mean, if you think about what's happening in the state, half of our waste comes from out of state. So you think about the footprint, right? We're driving hundreds of miles up, in the case of NCES, with trash. We're extracting the leachate and then going 100 miles south to the waste treatment plants. I think what the article that my colleague Tom Tower brought forward is there were problems. And part of the reason there were problems was there was capacity issues at the municipal solid waste facilities. I guess that's not Casella's fault. They didn't have a solution. It is their fault to let significant amounts of leachate build up in the liner system because that's a structural infrastructure problem. The liner could fail. But whatever happened, there's a limited amount of capacity, and to me, it just reinforces how we need to be extremely diligent. We need to move our efforts towards diversion and stop bringing so much, we got to reduce the amount of trash. And trash, you should think of trash as leachate. They are one and the same. You can't have one without the other. And leachate is extremely dangerous, and we can't be too careful.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for
Thank you
coming
very much.
today. I'd like to call John Swan from Safe Forest Lake to come and speak. You've asked for 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is John Swan. I'm the founder of Save Forest Lake. I live in Dalton, New Hampshire. I will try and be as brief as possible. I do need to preface my testimony by stating that in order to not get sued a third time by Casella Waste Systems, I need you to understand that all of my testimony is my opinion based on my research, my experience. I want to say, first off, I did email well-documented testimony to each of you. I hope you received it. I hope you had a chance to read it. I also want to point out that by my tally online, it looks like 265 citizens from New Hampshire weighed in, took time out of their day to weigh in support of this. So people realize that obviously in New Hampshire, we have an issue with protecting clean water, as well as PFAS, landfill leachate, as well as biosolids and land application, as we're seeing what's happening in Maine, but I digress. I did want to state that I am not really a fan of the amended version that I heard at the beginning by Representative Germana, because partly I'm concerned that the fingerprint of DES, which is part of the problem, and industry is on this amendment, and I'm not a fan of it. Furthermore, I'd like to say I do support the bill as introduced. However, OTPA, because I'd like to see it amended to remove existing facilities, in part because once GSL is stopped in Dalton, and it will, because we've been at this for 6 years, we're not going to stop. Governor Ayotte has come out against it. But once that's stopped, Casella will probably go back to NCS in Bethlehem to seek an expansion. And I would hate to see they be exempted from this requirement, since they are kind of the impetus for this bill, and I had nothing to do with this bill. Over the course of the past year, I have sent the committee a lot of documentation relative to the April 22nd or so April leachate emergency at the Bethlehem facility, in which they had an issue with finding sources for their leachate, their landfill leachate. In fact, just to clarify, part of it's not the wastewater treatment plant's ability to have capacity to accept the leachate, it's the toxicity. Concord decided to limit in early 2024 the intake of NCS landfill leachate because of the toxicity of it. Since then, Manchester was taking some. However, I was told they are not taking it because of the PFAS in the leachate. So just a point of clarification, some of the NCS leachate is being shipped as far away as Madison, Maine, and to New Jersey. So I do want to get back to my testimony, though, because I did in my documents I sent you a September 24th, 2024 letter from the department, a request for more information to Casella NCS landfill. And in that, the department, the first point, they asked for written agreements of no less than 2 locations for leachate treatment or disposal to manage the quantity of leachate generated by the facility during its active life, consistent with ENV SW 80605B3 and pursuant to ENV SW 1105.11. So I did, furthermore, in my testimony, I broke down both of those. 80605B requires 2 locations for the active life. It's already in the rules. Second, 110510B states that a facility shall obtain and maintain access to at least 2 authorized locations where adequate capacity exists to handle the basically residual waste during its operating and post-closure period. So it's already in the rules. It's already in the rules. However, if the department comes up and does testify, taking a non-position on this bill and then stating why they're opposed to the bill, perhaps you can ask the department why they're not enforcing these rules. Because I have sent, and it's in your packet, a 91A right to know request to the department asking for a copy of those 2 written agreements that they asked for in that September 24th letter of the NCS facility. And the response I got from the department, and it's in your packet, they have no record of that. So right now, there's 2 rules covering leachate. There's no record. There's no written agreement. That's what was part of the problem in April. They were shifting around trying to find people who would take their leachate as it was raining, and they were working on stage 6, phase 2, et cetera, et cetera. Furthermore, I then asked, because we're talking about a new landfill that's going to generate, it's going to be bigger than NCS. The permitted capacity life is, the annual permitted capacity in the permit for GSL is 2.5 times what NCS is currently permitted to accept. 600,000 cubic yards a year versus 200,000 cubic yards a year. That's 2.5 times. What does that buy GSL with all that land? It buys room for further permitted capacity life beyond 18 years, because if that is not exhausted, they can continue to operate. By my tally, and I put it in the Forest Lake landfill information sheet that I sent you, that's about 46 years of permitted life for GSL. Second, I asked for written agreements for leachate generation, leachate disposal for GSL. There are none. I got the same response from DES. They have no written agreements. And I did want to let you know that in the current permit applications for the GSL landfill in Dalton, they have already changed who the wastewater treatment plants that would accept their leachate in the operating plan, removing, I can't remember, Concord, but including New Jersey and Maine. So, and all of that has to be trucked. It's not like Turnkey, which is attached to a wastewater treatment plant, or Avard up in, Success, New Hampshire, which is tied into a wastewater treatment plant. All of NCS landfill leachate has to be trucked to a plant. Same thing with GSL. It's the same concept as NCES. And I ask you, where is that leachate going to go if there's no cure for PFAS, there's no wastewater treatment plant that's going to accept it? What happens? That's what we're asking. And we've tested our wells. We've tested the lake. We've tested Alderbrook, which is what the wetlands flow into, that then flow into the Ammonoosuc River. We've tested all that. I've done the testing for PFAS. There's no detections. We've tested 39 homes around the vicinity of the GSL site. No detections for PFAS. I've included that in the testimony I've sent you at great expense and time. And furthermore, GSL itself has tested its own monitoring wells at the proposed site. They have no detections for PFAS contamination at that facility or at that site. It's not a facility yet. So hopefully you will do the right thing. We need written agreements. It's already in the rules to protect New Hampshire. Again, I'm concerned because DES is not enforcing the current rules that are on the books. I feel that amendment to this bill needs to be made, and it needs, as Representative Wheeler attested to, it's going to give enforcement strength to the rules requiring these facilities to have a contract or an agreement. So with that, I mean, I won't take up any more of your time. I would just say that, you know, in 2023, NCS produced 11 million gallons of leachate. That was in 2023. We haven't seen the facility report for 2024. That has to be trucked somewhere. Who's going to take it? And why isn't DES enforcing the rules on the books right now? So happy to take any questions. I believe I can provide any answers you need because I've been studying this for 6 years.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Swan. Appreciate it. You don't see any questions, and thank you for coming this
All
morning.
righty, thank you.
Last, I have Director Michael Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Happy to be before you this morning. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES. DES is not taking a position on this bill. As Representative Germano, the sponsor, has indicated, we've had some discussions at length about the content of this bill and worked well together to address some questions that we had. I have not actually seen the amendment, but I think I understand its content based on the representative's description of it. You know, our sense of this bill is that the concerns we had in relation to the bill as introduced have largely been addressed. I think in response to some of the things that have been said here this morning, I think what this adds by amending the statute to have explicit language relative to leachate management and the requirement for leachate management plan is it just makes it more clear and explicit. Including details of contracts that folks have for management of leachate is something that the current rules say you have to have at least two outlets for your leachate, but they don't specify necessarily the details of the contract. So that is a new addition, and we don't have any particular concerns about that. And then I think that it perhaps provides a longer view in terms of making it explicit that the leachate management plan at the outset needs to address not just the operating period, but the post-closure care period. And I think what it really does is it just puts a current practice into law. And in our experience with respect to doing compliance assurance and enforcement, having provisions directly in statute is a powerful thing. You have to do it carefully because we can't have statutes that are so lengthy and detailed that they're going to be, they're going to look like administrative rules. But for certain things, it's nice to have that clear and explicit authority in the statute. Mm-hmm. And with that, I think I'd just be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking questions. Philosophically, just aside from this specific issue, if there are rules, agency rules, that are there, do they have the authority to waive those rules or not enforce those rules? Because there seems to be some questioning of why it is that there be rules that aren't being enforced. And I'm just wondering if they have the authority to waive rules or and I'm not just saying specifically in regards to leachate, but just any rules in general. Can the agency just choose to unenforce rules?
Well, the applicant can make application for, if they feel that there's a rule that they cannot comply with, but they propose an alternate way of addressing the concern. The statute does allow the department to entertain a request for a waiver of a specific rule. And then in the rules, there are specific criteria that need to be met in order for the department to approve that waiver request. So we do that sparingly, but it does happen in some cases.
Okay. Follow up.
Follow up, sure.
Thank you for that. Now getting back to the specific topic at hand, is it your contention that there have been rules in place regarding leachate that have not been enforced? And if so, have there been any applications for such?
No, I don't believe we have any applications for waivers with respect to leachate management, and the department always endeavors to enforce all of its rules, including the leachate rules, and I believe that we are doing that.
Thank you.
Representative Gruber?
Thank you for coming here and testifying once again. It was stated earlier that this bill will constrain the rulemaking process, and you understand that in your agency very closely. Do you think that's the case, or with your discussions with Representative Germana, that this would not be the case?
Again, I have not actually seen physically seen the amendment, but I think I know what it looks like based on the discussions we've had and the sponsor's description of it here this morning. I don't see any particular areas where it constrains the department in a way that would cause concern for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so one of the things that seems to be a little bit unclear still, just in terms of our knowledge, is how the enforcement process works.
Sure. So, our approach, not just in the solid waste program, but across DES programs, is to use, compliance assurance and enforcement in order to ensure we have compliance with rules. And compliance assurance starts with education. It starts with educating the regulated parties on what the requirements are that they have to comply with. And then it's monitoring, which means inspections or paperwork reviews, whatever is more appropriate, to determine whether the rules are being complied with. And in cases where we identify non-compliance, we do a tiered structured process where we request compliance. Could be through an informal letter, could be through a letter of deficiency that's issued. And if that's not effective, then we have the authority specifically under our solid waste program to issue a unilateral administrative order to compel compliance. And that is basically an enforceable document that lays out what the violations are and gives the applicant or gives the regulated party a certain amount of time to come into compliance and demonstrate compliance. And then if that doesn't happen, again, in the case of the solid waste program, we have both authority through using the New Hampshire Department of Justice to seek injunctive relief through civil or criminal enforcement, and also to issue civil penalties. So that's the kind of the gamut of what can happen.
Okay. Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for being here and taking my question. We've been hearing a lot about leachate, which we know needs to be managed. I just had a question because in 2023, we had a catastrophic event in New Hampshire with flash flooding in certain areas where landfills were. Now, under a does a leachate management plan for those catastrophes, when they do happen, how does the department handle that, and do you have personnel to help guide and help with mitigation, I guess, in those events? Because as you know, 2023 was a catastrophic year. So
Sure. A leachate management plan is really intended to be comprehensively look at what can happen over the life of the landfill. And we know, it's clear to us that there are going to be extreme precipitation events, both in terms of duration and intensity, that are going to stress those systems. And so those systems are required to be designed to handle a certain level of precipitation event. In the case where the more extreme events happen, there are provisions made to store up to 12 inches of leachate on the liner. And in fact, we have had, a facility that has had significant violations of that, which we've referred to the New Hampshire Department of Justice for enforcement. But with respect to what we do in practice, we know that those events do stress these systems, and there are the leachate management plan and the the contracts and such that operators are required to have should make provision for handling that and being able to realize there's going to be an increased bulk of leachate that's going to have to be managed for a period of time. And then also to manage the operations at the landfill to effectively minimize the generation of leachate, because there are things you can do to ensure that the bulk of the precipitation that falls on a facility is collected and goes to stormwater collection before it ever contacts any waste. So anything that can do that, that's managed as stormwater on the facility and doesn't have to be collected and trucked off. But anything that contacts the waste should be collected in the leachate management system and properly handled as leachate.
Thank you. Representative Potenza and then Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for my question. I just want to understand enforcement. There's been hundreds of violation letters that have been sent out. So each one of those at this point should have penalties. Could you tell me what the amount of monetary penalties have been so far for all of these violation letters in total?
Well, to be clear, I don't believe there's been hundreds of letters. There were hundreds of examples of individual days where there were violations that occurred, and we have a number of enforcement documents that we issued for that facility that address that name those and identify them and compel compliance. The whole issue of enforcement through any penalty action has been referred to the New Hampshire Department of Justice, and I'm unfortunately just not at liberty to discuss that until it's reconciled. It's still in process.
Okay. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absent this law, this act, what does would the application for a permit adequately address leachate management? Someone earlier referred to a gap. Is that the gap? Is the detail?
Sure. An application for a permit today, under today's statutory language and under today's administrative rules, absolutely does require that before we give operating approval for a facility, a detailed leachate management plan needs to be included in the operating plan for that facility, and that is subject to review and needs to meet certain requirements. It's reviewed by DES engineers, and before that operating approval would be granted for the facility, we would look to that plan to make sure that the operating plan covers many things, but with respect specifically to leachate management, that it describes an adequate and compliant program for collecting, managing, and disposing of leachate.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let's just suppose there is a catastrophic failure. Are there plans in place to deal with this? Or once it gets into the aquifer, it's so to speak, the camel's got their nose underneath the tent.
Mm-hmm. Right. So if in the case of, we have a robust system of monitoring for landfills that requires that monitoring wells be placed around the perimeter of the landfill to monitor groundwater quality to detect whether the landfills have any adverse impacts on groundwater quality around the facility. In the cases where detections of contaminants are made, then enhanced monitoring happens and investigations are required to identify the source of that, whether it's from an errant problem with stormwater or whether it's an actual leachate release or whatever it might be. And then if that's determined to be at issue, then a corrective action plan is required to address that, which certainly includes doing whatever's necessary to cease any release that's occurring, but also can include a requirement to treat any contaminated groundwater to restore it to meet groundwater quality standards.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So once, again, just let me be clear, once there is a catastrophe, let's say, and you say there's some mitigation plans in place, but suppose it goes beyond that. Suppose it gets out of control. It was mentioned earlier, there was 100 and something inches of leachate in these liners. They're not designed for that.
Right. We've made it clear that that's a non-compliant condition, and we're seeking enforcement with respect to that.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so this is in some sense a follow-up on Representative Howard's question, do you see this bill with the potential amendment you heard this morning as providing the department with, or potentially providing the department with tools to create better leachate management plans going forward?
I would say anytime a particular authority is ensconced in the statute directly and explicitly, that can be helpful to us, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Based upon the information that I have researched, over the past 20 years, for example, the Bethlehem facility has only been charged $2,000 in civil penalties. So are you saying that you don't have the authority to impose fines? And if you're saying that, do you just send it over to the DOJ and wait? And do you know how many right now are in like holding pattern? Because $2,000 over 20 years doesn't seem like very much.
No, we absolutely have authority to seek penalties. If to the extent that we are seeking civil penalties or criminal sanctions, then we are required to work with the Department of Justice to accomplish that. They're the arm of state government that has the authority to address those things in the courts. But we work closely with them. It's not as though we refer it and then just wait to see what they do. Our staff, our compliance staff, and our engineers work with them to make sure they understand the severity of the violations and the concern and any penalties that are being recommended. As far as past history, maybe it's more than 20 years. I believe there was another penalty that was much more substantial than that was levied against that facility, but it may be more than 20 years ago that it occurred. That was on the order of around $200,000.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. Do the leachate management plans that the department reviews, do they specify what they anticipate to be the volume of leachate? And does your department require that an excess volume of storage and treatment be there to deal with some of these, plannable events?
Yeah, generally those plans would include estimates of the amount of leachate that would be generated, and the expectation is that and the requirement is that the applicant have contracts and outlet facilities that are capable of managing both the routine, everyday amounts of leachate as well as times of increased generation of leachate. There are certain times when increased leachate is going to happen because of the stage of construction that a particular cell is at. So that when you have more of a cell open to precipitation, you're going to have increased volumes of leachate. And the expectation is the applicant always has contractual agreements with wastewater facilities that can accept those volumes.
Okay.
Quick follow-up. So we do not, at this point, specify any excess capacity over and above what they're claiming to be the amount that's being generated.
I'm not aware that there's a rule that talks about excess capacity. I mean, again, in practice, what our engineers are doing is they're looking at a leachate management plan, making an assessment about whether it provides an adequate that it's estimating reasonably what could be generated at the facility, and then making sure there's a plan for managing that safely. I haven't personally reviewed these, so I don't really want to comment too authoritatively on that.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I'd like to get a little bit back to the enforcement process, and we have articles about newspaper articles about what seemed to be an excessive number of violations in 2024 at a particular landfill, and you have mentioned that you have referred some of that issue to the Department of Justice, and I'm just wondering, do you have limitations about what you can say publicly when you refer something to the Department of Justice? And what's the typical time scale that it takes them to come out with a recommendation or a penalty?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it's certainly the case that I'm not at liberty to discuss that case in any detail at this point. It wouldn't be appropriate to do so while it's still in process. The time period for these sorts of things can be variable. Some cases can be sought and, initiated and settled fairly quickly or go to court relatively quickly, and others may take more time. It's really, I don't think there's an average. We don't have a lot of these cases, and the reality is that, from my perspective, I mean, I've spent much of my career allied with compliance and enforcement programs, and guys like me never think it's fast enough. That's just the way we're wired. But I wish I could give you an average, but I don't think there really is one.
Follow up?
So, so you said that you can't discuss that case, which I'm not asking you to discuss it, but just in terms of the implications of discussing it, would discussing it create problems for the Department of Justice to actually get the information they need and create the case without jeopardizing the ability to prosecute it?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, so there are certain things you need to keep confidential. And is the reason that you need to keep those confidential in order to protect the ability of the DOJ to actually prosecute the case?
Right. I think the general rule of thumb is, and it's a good one, is that if you're engaged in enforcement that could end up in litigation, you should say nothing about the case and outside of the actual activities of the case, because if I say something errant here or thoughtless, I'm going to end up being deposed about it for 8 hours if we go into litigation. So there's no advantage to that. It disadvantages the state's case whenever a state employee who's involved in enforcement discusses publicly the details of that case.
And follow up?
Follow up?
So, and in terms of timescale, I know that that is highly variable, but it would be. Would you say it would be really surprising to refer something to the DOJ and get something back in, say, a month or two?
If we're referring for civil penalties, yeah, that would be very fast. I'd be surprised to see if that happened.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Potenza.
Sorry, Representative Bixby just brought up some other things. Thank you, Madam Chair. Last question on this. Okay, so I think he's talking about one thing. I guess my questions were down a different path. So if, especially, you have hundreds of violations that the landfill knows that they're in violation of. These are penalties. There comes with a case of that. That's all public knowledge. I'm not talking about further investigations, lawsuits, or any of that kind of stuff. I'm talking about cut and dry, where we know certain things that are coming directly from the landfill or coming directly from you, coming from wastewater treatment plants, that are all clear-cut violations, which has fines. Why can't we know the number of those that have been sent or that are up in the air at this point? That shouldn't be a secret. That's public information. So that's my first question: is why can't we get that information? And there wouldn't be this need for this investigation or any of that if these are clear-cut cases, which a lot of them are.
Any documents that have been issued to the permittee, or any documents at all other than our direct communications with the Department of Justice relative to this enforcement case, are absolutely public, and those are all available to this committee or any member of the public.
Follow up.
So I'm asking for the agency to send the committee, just so we have that, a list of every single violation that has taken place in the last 2 years for that landfill, the Bethlehem landfill, please. Every single violation. I'd love a nice grouping of all of them. And if there is automatically in statute or in place certain amounts of what those violations would cost, that would be helpful to have that as well.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much, Director Wimsatt, for coming to speak with us about this bill this morning. And I would like the blue sheet. If anybody else has anything to say, I don't have any more pink cards. I do know that, as was referenced before, regarding online testimony, we had 265 people write us in support of this bill, and 4 persons indicated that they oppose it. And the blue sheet is coming to us shortly. Okay. Thank you. On our blue sheet, we had 6 persons sign in support of this legislation. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 355. And our committee is going to continue a full committee work session. We were supposed to start at 11, so we have less time, though, to discuss several bills that we've already heard. So I'd like to start off with HB 153, requiring that 2 or more law enforcement officers in this county receive training regarding animal cruelty. Representative Comtois, you have some information for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment here that's been drafted by OLS that I'd like to hand out to the committee quickly.
Okay, sure.
There you go. May I speak to this while we're passing
You
it out?
absolutely may speak to this.
So technically, this bill adds a couple of the RSAs that were excluded regarding the training. But I think the important point here is under each section of what we heard. The line that says, who is able to respond to and or assist upon request of local law enforcement agencies. So I think that was really a point that people were worried about. So it would be upon the request of local foreign, I think the word of should be in there, that's missing. But if you look at line 18 and line 9 and 10, you'll see that change.
Okay. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Comtois, do you think that this addresses that state policeman's concerns about them ending up holding the bag on these cases?
I do, because it's upon the request of local law enforcement. So, I've sat in and listened to a lot of people that are concerned because, the AOCs in the area are concerned that our animal control officer, the ACOs, should might be overlooked, or they don't want their toes stepped on. This would make sure that doesn't happen. I know, however, based on the sheriff that testified is from my county. We actually get along very well, just for everyone's benefit. But I actually had reason to call the sheriff's department on an animal abuse case that a constituent kept calling about during the heat wave that we had one year regarding the horses that I mentioned. And local law enforcement had no idea what they were doing. There was no ACO officer. I called the sheriff's department. He's like, I can't step in. I called the state vet's office. It's like, we can't do this. And so at one point, the veterinarian did come out, but then for the state vet and everything else to happen, it was another 10 days. So there's a disconnect. And when we listened to the sheriff, when we told him that they actually had to be accompanied by, they didn't know the law. And I think 2 people in each county in law enforcement that understands a law that's on the state books, I don't think that's a lot to ask.
Follow up, yep.
Yeah, sorry, it was the sheriff, not the state police officer. And so this would not, this would take away the possibility that the jurisdiction would tumble down to the sheriff's office. It would stay in the local control.
It could, but it could not be. I mean, we know that there are a lot of communities in New Hampshire that are small that don't have animal control officers and don't even really have a full-time, their police department is so small they can't handle these things. We need some, and the thing is, an animal control officer cannot do enforcement. They're not the law unless they are deputized. They don't have that enforcement mechanism. So you need someone with the enforcement mechanism to be able to go in.
Well, I don't know. I think it was pretty clear, at least from testimony and also from what I've heard in other instances where animal cruelty and neglect has been reported. It's clear that law enforcement needs to know more about how to enforce this, or at least needs to know more about what the statutes say, because it was clear to me that they don't. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so what I think that there are a couple of issues here. One is does law enforcement need more education? I think the answer to that is absolutely.
Yeah.
And the question is, so the next question is, what's the best mechanism for getting that to them? And I was particularly struck by the testimony from the Mr. I think it was SIPA or SIPA from the Law Enforcement Training Academy, who spoke to the fact that the way that there exists a structure of task forces for doing different aspects of law enforcement, that's an existing structure, and it does enable law enforcement to get people who know the topic to the right place at the right time, and I think that one of the issues with the bill that, as it stands, is that it creates a structure that is not, it's not a structure that they deal with already. And so I think that moving towards that task force structure might be a better approach. I'm also concerned about the fact that it's going to cost money and there's no money in the bill. So I think what we probably ought to do is send this to subcommittee for more detailed work, and get members like Mr. Sipa and some other members of law enforcement to come in and help us craft something that works more around the task force approach.
Sure. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bixby. I think that would be a great idea for this bill. I do think it does need some more study. And I think we could get something really well written if we do that.
Great. And I'd just like to make a quick note that I initially thought, well, maybe this is something we should retain, but then I considered the deadline. The deadline is March 6th. So it would have to be out of committee a week before that. I think that should give us enough time if we work on it. And given that all of our operations are moving to Granite Place starting in the fall, is going to make it a lot more of a nuisance to do retained bills this term. So if we can get this out before the deadline, I think that would be great.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess the recommendation would be for us to put this bill into the Animal Protection and Licensing Subcommittee. I did send around a list of our subcommittees and who is appointed to each of the subcommittees. And Representative Comtois, you happen to chair that subcommittee. So if you would like to take this bill and work further on it with the thought of incorporating a task force, I would be very pleased to see that happen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It'd be my pleasure.
Okay. Terrific. All right. We have also a bill that we had heard, HB 215, requiring a landfill permit applicant to submit a report listing potential harms and benefits of the project. Does anybody have comment on that? And I see Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we held the hearing on this bill, I took a number of notes based on comments that members of the committee made, and I've identified 3 areas, again, based on members' comments, where I think there are opportunities to amend the bill. Certainly things for us to talk about what direction the bill might take. One certainly is a question about who chooses the independent third party. We had Amy Manzelli here, who I think gave us a good description of kind of how the process works, that it's an ongoing dialogue about the third party who is equipped to do that work. But the bill should probably be amended to be more specific about that process. It was one thing I heard. Another question that came up, which I think as a committee we need to discuss, is whether or not it should apply to expansions of existing landfills. And then finally, a suggestion that was made by Director Wimsatt that I think is worthy of looking into more is whether or not we might have an initial screening process that would have the net benefit component as the first part of an analysis before it then goes on to consideration for other aspects of the permitting process. So those were, based on members' comments, the 3 areas that I thought were good for discussion and possible amendment. Who chooses a third party? Does it apply to expansions? And should we have a 2-stage screening process?
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think that 2 out of those 3 of those definitely need more, or should include more work. I think that the who chooses a third party is really critical, and I think that that needs to be clarified from what stands in the current bill. And I think that the initial screening process makes a lot of sense. I think that would be good both for industry and for all of the stakeholders, because if something needs to go back to the drawing board, you want to learn that earlier rather than later. In terms of does it apply to expansions, I think that with existing landfills, there is a fairly reasonable argument to be made that the harms and benefits of an existing landfill are already pretty well known. And I think Attorney Manzelli talked about every project has harms and benefits, but it's the ones that are really out of bounds that you most need to watch out for. I think that with existing landfills, you don't see ones that the ones that are already out of bounds you know about already, and that has to get rectified in another way. But but in terms of the general operations, the harms and benefits are pretty well known for that. So I don't think that you necessarily need to create more paperwork about those.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Rep. Bixby, are you saying that expansions of existing landfills don't need this?
Yes, I'm saying that expansions don't need this because the point of doing the harm benefit analysis is to find out, or to do to make as reasonable a prediction as possible about what's going to happen on a site that hasn't been developed yet. If the site is already developed, the patterns of traffic are known, the patterns of noise complaints or odor complaints are already known. Those fall into the category of things that need to be rectified if they are outside the permit bounds, as opposed to things that we need to do an analysis of.
I recollect, though, discussing the fact that a 1,400-acre parcel that might be expanded as one section closes and another opens might indeed have, air going a different direction, might have soil that's slightly different than the one in the corner of the parcel that's been closed down. So I actually think that expansion should be part of the bill.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Personally, I think that I think the argument can be made that a modified version of this might apply to expansions. My sense is, just as we're talking here, I probably would prefer in this bill not to include expansions, and then we could return to the question of whether a modified process might apply to expansions. I think that something similar absolutely makes sense, as Representative Haskins points out, but as Representative Bixby has pointed out, it is a different set of questions with existing conditions as opposed to a site that is brand new. So that's one of the things I would throw out there is the possibility that for the time being, we exempt expansions and return in the future to the possibility of a modified process.
Okay. Representative
Yes.
Gruber.
Thank you. I think the idea of expansions should be looked at, but I don't think we should tie down this bill with another whole area. On expansions, there are incremental impacts, and we should at least look at those, particularly if people have lived near a landfill for many years, and they're hoping the truck traffic would slow down when it's filled. So I don't think we should discount the people who live there into the future, but I think it's a very different type of situation that will take really a study first, and it would definitely derail this bill if we tried to solve it now. So my proposal, we take a separate track on that. Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Yep. I agree with Representative Gruber on this point. I think that I think we have to be specific in this bill, and we're talking about something that is brand new, and in keeping that track for permitting brand new. I do believe that that information, there's a lot of information that's readily available that could be comprised from an existing landfill that's looking to expand. And I think that we could take another bite of that apple at a different time. But for this bill and this bill alone, I think it's serving its purpose for that. And I agree.
Any other, Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so it sounds like we have a general idea of where this should be going forward, and I think that it probably needs to go to the Solid Waste Subcommittee.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When looking at this bill, my question is one, who's going to determine public benefit? We do have a definition of public benefit, but there is no definition of net public benefit. And so I'm just asking, that's just a question which can be discussed in the subcommittee.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank Representative Comtois for the question. It's an excellent question. I agree. It's what the subcommittee can talk about. And the director has indicated in his comments that he can imagine some type of initial screening phase that would bring in experts. So I think we have an initial idea of what that might look like. And I think the subcommittee can definitely work closer with DES to refine that.
Okay. Any other questions, comments about that bill? Okay, so that bill will be visiting the Solid Waste Subcommittee. Representative King, you are chair of that. And I guess you'll make arrangements to meet as soon as you can and discuss this and come up with an amendment that incorporates what people are seeking for this bill. Moving along, we have HB 240, which is removing the penalty of forfeiture for non-payment of dog licenses. Anybody have any comments or questions about that? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think that this is one of those cases where there was a real problem that was brought to us, and the solution was not the right solution. I think that the forfeiture statute really needs to stay in place, but I think that adding one sentence to that statute that explicitly says that the municipal officials have the capacity to provide a little bit of leeway in order to improve compliance would be in order. And if If people agree that that's a reasonable idea, unless anyone else wants to jump on and do that amendment, I'd be willing to do that amendment and then bring it to the animal subcommittee.
Okay, terrific. Representative Howard.
I agree with Representative Bixby that very little is required, and I believe that the sponsor agreed with us in the room that it was just as simple as that.
Didn't Representative Mannion send along suggested language? Did everybody see that?
I did not see that.
Okay, I believe he sent something to me. I thought he sent it to the entire committee. I will forward that on to you, Representative Bixby, and if you could craft the amendment, we can have that for maybe next week? Yeah. Okay, super. Okay, then we heard the bill HB 201 prohibiting the removal of claws from cats. Okay. Anybody have any comment on that bill that we heard? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll only say that I know we have this question, this debate every time about statistics and whether or not we can ever really have reliable statistics. I think we can't. I think the fact that so many of the veterinarians that we hear from say it's a disreputable practice means that in all likelihood some of the people who are doing it are not going to be reporting. I think it's simply not reasonable to say that we can't go forward unless we have really accurate statistics, because we'll never have them. In my mind, even the folks who testified in opposition to the bill recognize that it does happen some percentage of the time. And the number of cats that we have in our shelters who have been declawed, we don't know how many of those are New Hampshire, how many are not, but it's unreasonable to assume that they're all not New Hampshire cats. To me, that's evidence that it's happening. And from my perspective, that is enough to move forward with support for the bill.
Okay. I want to point the committee out to a addendum that was sent out by our committee researcher, Christy Ausfresser, who she did supply a memo with some research about the past bills and that we considered on cat declaw, and noticed a mistake in her research regarding the second section. She misread the survey question in the 2020 data from the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association. In actuality, the question read, do you provide any similar services such as tail docking, ear cropping, dew claw removal, etc., that may be considered illegal with passing of New Hampshire Bill 1387? This question does not mention declaw at all. Dew claws are the rear claws on a dog that can be removed because they can get caught and ripped off. So those 146 responses did not have anything to do with declawing. And so I just wanted to point out this addendum to the committee as you consider this. Personally, I am not in support of this bill. I think, first of all, it does undermine veterinary autonomy. We haven't to this point been telling veterinarians what they can and cannot do, what in terms of procedures. I do think, I'm seeing, so many bills across the country, similar bills coming to other state legislatures with this exact same prohibition. I'm seeing that it's a gateway for restricting other procedures for our veterinarians. I also believe very strongly that by banning it, it limits the veterinarians' ability to have conversations with their clients about declawing. If you're banning something completely, there's no opportunity for somebody to come in and say, I want to declaw my cat, and for the veterinarian to then educate them about how bad it is, or what's wrong with it, or even what they can do for behavior modification for the animal to, do other things other than this very last ditch effort to control a behavior. But mostly it's not a common practice or significant issue in New Hampshire that I can see. And very, very small percentage of cats experience any kind of behavioral changes following declawing. Many, many owners have contacted me and let me know that, they have a declawed cat and they haven't had no problem using the litter box or biting or doing any of these other things that people have testified to. So, I don't endorse declawing as a first option. I think, it's just like with landfilling. It's like the last thing you want to do. Declawing is the last thing that you want to do. And we have to have an area, a space where our veterinarians can have a conversation with their clients about why they shouldn't. And I see the market is moving more towards, it has moved significantly from even the 1990s away from this procedure naturally because people don't like it. So for all those reasons and more, I can't support this bill. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for so eloquently spelling that out because I share that sentiment along with the fact that I had a lot of pro this bill groups call me about it, and I was on the fence. There was compelling testimony on either side of the issue, but the thing that narrowed it down for me is numbers. I'm a numbers person. I need to see numbers, and we don't have any way to know how many of these procedures are occurring in the state. How many procedures have the vets talked to with their clients about this? And really, what is the overall practice? And there really was no tangible evidence that putting a ban in place would mitigate any of those things. So again, I want to thank you for so eloquently pointing out why I as well don't feel this bill should go forward.
Thank you. Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect, I do support the bill. I don't believe it's taking agency away from the vets. I think cat owners will still bring their cats into the vet and they can have whatever conversation they need to have. While I wish there were hard numbers, I think we do know that it's happening. There's enough anecdotal evidence to support that. And I don't think that law should be a statement of who we are, but I think this time who we are is that we think it is a cruel practice. So I believe it should be outlawed, and I would support that.
Representative Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I can't support this bill. I don't see it that it's our responsibility nor our duty to tell veterinarians what they can and cannot do in their practice. It's a long reach for us, and I just can't support it. If we support this, what's next? No, I can't support this.
Thank you. Representative Bixby?
So I think that we are at a position where it is clear that some people on this committee feel that the bill should pass, others feel that it should not. And I don't think that any more discussion at this point is going to change those positions. So the key question is there anything that would need to be done to amend this bill for any purpose? And my sense is no. The bill either passes or fails as it is, and we should just put it on exec, and each person will make their own decision based on the ways they choose to evaluate the bill.
Thank you. Representative Comtois?
I was going to say now that Representative Bixby decided he made a good point, and I was just going to bring up the fact that, in speaking with different veterinarians and folks, my veterinarian in particular did one declaw in 5 years. When people would bring when the owners would bring in the patients, he would discuss the procedures, and obviously only one in 5 years, they all opted not to. The one that he did do, it was that or euthanize the cat. And the owner was very passionate about her animal. And I think we have to respect that. And just knowing my vet, and he understands. And I don't know, and I haven't talked to any, and we've talked to the AVMA, and we've talked to different vets, that the first course of action for anyone bringing in a cat for declaw is educating them. And once most people are educated, they opt not to. But this is a doctor-patient relationship. And by banning that, you're taking away that relationship.
Representative Potenza, you had something you wanted to say? Otherwise, we can move on.
Yeah, I just in response to Representative Bixby, I actually think that the bill should be amended. I think that I could support the bill if it was amended. I would want the penalties removed. I would want onekekimnimi, I can't pronounce it. I would want the term defined. I would want an ad. I would want this bill to be different. I don't like how it's been designed, and to me, after it failed the first time, like it failed the first year, why wasn't a bill put in? Why wasn't it amended to get the data that we're looking for? To get the data from every single shelter in the state of New Hampshire, to find out where the numbers are, to get the data from vets that are performing it. So, I mean, I think that there should be things that are in here that change. For example, the General Court affirms our trust in the expertise, compassion, and ethical judgment of licensed New Hampshire veterinarians to make decisions in the best interest of animals under their care. I think those things need to be said in here, because we have heard both sides of the story here, and I don't know what's true. I know I did my due diligence last time. I don't like how the bill is organized, because I think it opens the door for this tattletale type mentality. And I think that's a slippery slope besides other things like that. I want the data. I would love this to be in statute, to say we don't do them except if it's medically necessary for the cat. And then there could be a caveat there, of course, medically necessary for the owner. And I'd be fine with it and remove the penalties. But it doesn't seem as if we just keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So I can't support it how it currently is. If someone's willing to do an amendment to get this to a place where I think we could all, and to include both parties, the vets as well as everyone that is against this. This is a barbaric procedure. Everybody knows that. If I read anything else about it, I'm going to lose my mind. I've had a gazillion calls from this, from my local constituents, and I want to be able to support something, but not in its current version.
Thank you. Representative Haskins, and then Representative Kenny.
One
and then I guess we'll
last-
have to go to lunch.
Sure. One last comment. I don't want to hold up lunch. I was schooled by an esteemed colleague that the slippery slope argument is a fallacy as taught in rhetoric. That's all.
Thank you, Representative Kenny.
Yes, I worked at a veterinary hospital for 21 years. We did declaws by taking just the nail off, and the incision was closed with glue. And the veterinarian would close it off with glue. We would have the client put the cats on shredded newspaper for 2 weeks. And those cats did fine. This was 21 years, and we had no trouble. This whole thing about taking off an entire knuckle was the old way of doing things, not the new way. I have people, the clients that were what we had cats for many, many years after we declawed them that way. We did not do the back claws so they could still climb a tree if they needed to. This whole thing about taking the whole entire knuckle off is wrong. I watched it for years. Close the incision up with glue, let them heal with newspaper, and there was no trouble. I don't know, this whole thing is just, if a veterinarian, we shouldn't be questioning what they do with surgeries. It's not right.
Representative Bixby.
So, we have one more bill that we need to address before, and that it would be good to address before we go to lunch. And, and I think that there are two possible ways of going about the declaw bill. One is to look into the possibility of amendment. I think that it might make sense to have a straw poll to see how many people would be interested in amending it. But before we do that, I'd just like to recommend that we send the bill that we heard this morning to the Solid Waste Study Committee for amendment, because the prime sponsor does have an amendment that he wants to work on with that.
Okay, fine with that. Anybody else have an issue with that? Okay, so we would be then sending HB 566 to the Solid Waste Subcommittee to refine an amendment to that. All right, I'm good with that. And as so far as the cat claw bill, I think I don't know that I want to waste the time doing a whole rework of the bill. It's not our job really to rewrite somebody else's bill. Perhaps, you know, I'm sure that if this bill doesn't pass, I'm sure we're going to see it back again. So maybe at that point we could have a bill that maybe makes a little bit more sense in one way, shape, or form. But I think we should move on. With that, I'm going to adjourn us for lunch and see you back at 1 o'clock when we will begin hearings on a couple of more bills. Today, let's see which ones. That's HB 355, which should take all of 15 minutes to hear, HB 179, HB 171, and HR 13. So we will see you all later at 1 o'clock, and I hope you all have a pleasant lunch. Okay, good afternoon. Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats, please. Oops. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay, welcome back to Environment and Agriculture Committee. I appreciate everybody coming this afternoon. The first bill that we are going to hear, I'm going to open up the hearing on HB 355 relative to the membership of the Solid Waste Working Group. And I invite Representative Ebel to come and introduce the bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and committee. It's great to be back in Environment and Agriculture. For the record, my name is Karen Ebel. I represent Merrimack District 7, which is New London and Newbury. And I'm here to introduce HB 355, which would extend the term of the Solid Waste Working Group for 5 years and replace the position of the Northeast Recycling Council, also known as NERC, with the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests. The working group was established by statute in 2021, and pursuant to the terms of the statute, it's required to issue its final report and terminate on November 1st. I'm also here in my capacity as the chairman of the Solid Waste Working Group, and it is with the group's support that I introduce this bill. Just quickly, I can run down the background of the working group. Back in 2019, I also chaired a legislative study committee that issued a report, and it was to study recycling streams and solid waste in New Hampshire. And one of the recommendations coming out of that study committee was that there be created here in the state a stakeholder group representing the solid waste issue from folks all over the place. And it was also thought that this would be a good kind of connection for DES, because one of the requirements, once the group was created, was to work with DES on a solid waste management plan. It was a long-range plan, and if you've been on this committee, you probably know it was about 20 years late in being issued, but the great news is that it has been issued, and we did work with DES on its development. The other thing that we are responsible for is to review all sorts of alternatives to improve the solid waste management here in the state of New Hampshire, and also to support the solid waste management plan goals. And one of those goals, as many of you also know, is that we have a newly adopted solid waste diversion goal statute, and we're supposed to decrease the tonnage going into landfills and waste to energy plants of solid waste 25% by 2030, which isn't that far away, and then 45% by 2050. So those are all the sorts of things that we're working on. It's I know there's a lot of concern about creating new commissions or extending commissions that are moribund. If there's anything this commission isn't, it's moribund. It's not moribund. We work a lot. We meet regularly. Even though we're not required to, we've been issuing annual interim reports to talk about the work that we've been doing. And also, because you're on ENA, you probably know that we have supported several bills through the working group. One was to ban the disposal of 1-ton generators of more food waste, ban that disposal in landfills and requiring it to be composted. And that is about to become effective February 1st. So maybe you've seen the media on that, and that will help us towards our diversion goal. We also successfully supported a bill to create and fund the Solid Waste Management Fund, and that is a grant program for waste diversion for municipalities and businesses. We got $1 million in that, and that's about to kick off. Last time, we supported a bill to ban the sale of consumer products with intentionally added PFAS, banning the disposal of lithium-ion batteries, which are a huge risk in landfills, and to authorize the inclusion of waste diversion plans in town master plans. So we've supported legislation that is meaningful, supports our solid waste management plan goals, and also has been supported by the legislature and the governors. So I'm proud of the work that we've done, and we'd really like to be able to continue the work, and that's why this bill would extend the term of the Solid Waste Working Group for 5 years. So lastly, what is proposed in this legislation is to replace NERC, which is a terrific organization, but it's a regional organization. It's not based in New Hampshire. And ever since the creation of the working group, I think NERC in the very beginning, a representative attended twice remotely, and they really haven't attended any meetings. And the NERC executive director doesn't really feel that they'll be able to participate much in the future, and she supports being removed from the commission. And then in an effort to make the working group more state-focused, to improve its analysis and its stakeholder representation, HB 355 proposes to replace NERC with a representative of the Society for Protection of New Hampshire Forests. And they obviously are concerned about water and land and air in the state of New Hampshire. And it's a voice I think has been missing on the stakeholder group, and we'd love to have them join us. And I believe there's a representative of the society here, but having spoken with him, I believe they are interested in joining the commission. So on that basis, I urge the committee, on behalf of the working group, to recommend passage of this bill, extending the term for another 5 years and replacing NERC with someone from the society. And I'd be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Representative Ebel. And I just want to say, as a member of the Solid Waste Working Group, excuse me, being appointed by the House as the House representative on that group, it's done some very good work, especially under your chairmanship. And I appreciate the time taken by all interested parties and stakeholders to discuss and pursue and investigate and explore all the different aspects of our solid waste policy in the state. So I am in full support of this bill, and I'll leave it to questions from Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Ebel, for taking my question. I don't have a question about the group itself. It seems like you guys are doing fantastic work and working regularly to meet the demands of a commission when we don't want so many commissions that aren't meeting regularly. My question is about the word abund. Now, what does that word mean?
Moribund?
Yeah, moribund, yeah.
Well, tired and not
I assume-
operational.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say and this was something I had meant to say when I was originally testifying. For about a year and a half, chaired 2 different committees that were responsible for reviewing every single statutory commission and committee in existence at the state at that time, and it was almost 250 of them. And we worked diligently. And also there, we were talking about executive orders that had created such things. And we worked very diligently to recommend repeals of ones that deserved to be repealed and were moribund. And also to try to put more oomph into the statutes that allowed their creation. I also served last year on the special committee on commissions. So I'm particularly sensitive to ensuring that if we're going to have a commission, it should be active if it's going to be ongoing.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Ebel, thank you. I've heard great things about this group. Could you help educate me about what are the other stakeholder groups that are represented on this group? Because I'm still trying to.
Yeah, of course.
Understand, yes.
So in my testimony, when you have a chance, there's a link to our most recent interim report, and right in there is listed all the members. But we have representatives of municipalities that have that sort their recycling, municipality that has single stream. We have somebody from the healthcare industry. We have somebody from UNH to represent the sustainability concept. We have someone from, I never say it right, Northeast Resource Recovery Association, NRRA. Reagan Bissonette is on there. We have a representative of for landfills, privately owned, another representative for publicly owned landfill, somebody that represents, they reprocess C&D, waste to energy. I think that's about it. Oh, and somebody, we do have a representative on there of someone that uses recyclable goods to create to create new consumer products using recycled plastic. In this case, it's a bottling company.
Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Ebel, and thank you again for all the great work that you're doing with that committee. I call Matt Leahy, sorry, from Forest Society. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Matt Leahy. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forest. I did pass out written testimony. I'm not going to read it. I'll, of course, answer any questions from it that you have, but I would just make a couple, hopefully, quick points. Number one, and to be very upfront, we, the Forest Society, we are not experts in the area of solid waste management, but we are a land trust and forestry organization, so we protect land, conserve land, either by owning it ourselves or holding conservation easements on other privately held land. We also manage the forest resources on the properties that we do own. But I think that the value that we would bring to this group is that, when we are considering whether or not to protect a specific property, we look at the whole, what are the important natural resources there, whether it's water, forest resources, recreational interests, cultural, so the whole gamut that goes into a particular property. And so, I think that perspective on the working group, as Representative Ebel mentioned, I think would bring value to the group. And certainly the study commission report from 2019, does talk about, when the state is trying to figure out all these solid waste issues, it is a long-term issue. It's very complex. So hopefully that we can help, bring some additional, views into the work of the committee.
Thank you.
But I'll happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. I now call Director Michael Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'll be very brief. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsat. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES. The agency is not taking a position on this bill. I will offer, though, that we've been working very closely. I am the Commissioner's designee to that working group, so I've been working with it since its inception. It represents a very, its members represent diverse knowledge and diverse perspectives that really have created, I think, we believe, a very collaborative and productive organization, a working group that, as you know, as outlined by Representative Ebel, has been very successful in advancing a number of initiatives, and we would certainly look forward to working with the group if it turns out that its mission will be extended. And I'll leave it at that.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. With that, I don't have any other pink cards, so I would request the blue sheet from over there, please. Representative Minor, if you might. Representative Minor, if you might grab the blue sheet for this. It's HB 355. For the online testimony, we had 58 people in support, 2 in opposition. And let's see what we have on our blue sheet here. We have 6 people who have registered support for this bill on our blue sheet. And I'm going to close the hearing on HB 355. And I wonder if the ranking member would mind if we exec this bill right now?
I think it would make sense to exec it right now. I think that it's pretty clear that this is something that we want to go forward, and we might as well make it go forward expeditiously.
Okay, are we all right with that? Yeah. Okay, great. So with that, I would like to, the clerk has to get ready to execute.
May I have a moment, please?
You may have a moment.
Thank you.
As you get ready to do this.
Do you have the sheets for?
I do. I should, yeah.
Yes, would you like to make a motion, Representative Bixby? Are you ready?
I'm not quite ready, no.
Okay.
It's gonna take me a minute. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
That's a work session. Yeah, I mean, yes, please.
Is this HB 355? You're good to go. You just have to write in the motion.
Okay, so we have to make the motion.
Yes, Representative Bixby, you have a motion.
Yes, I would like to move out to pass on HB 355.
And I'd like to second that motion. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Bixby?
I think that this bill makes a lot of sense. The Solid Waste Working Group has a great track record for helping move forward our practices having to do with solid waste in the state. And I think that it's clear that the change of membership is wanted by both parties. So let's just pass this.
Okay. Will the clerk then call the roll, beginning with the vice chair?
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman. Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Barber,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Sofakaitis absent, Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler, Representative Gruber. Okay. Yes, Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Okay, we have 19 yeas and 1 absent.
Okay.
Motion passes.
The one absent doesn't count.
One
Okay.
absent doesn't count.
Okay.
So it's 19-0.
Okay. Oh, my apologies.
16, 15. Yeah.
Yes, 15-0.
Okay. And would the committee be okay with this being on the consent calendar? Or there's, yeah, okay. Thank you. All right, with that, I guess I close the exec session, which I guess I didn't close. Now I open it and close it. Okay. Anyway, moving right along, I will open up the hearing for HB 179 relative to hazardous waste accident fees. And with us is the sponsor of the bill, Representative Mark Proul. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Mark Proul, representing Hillsborough 15, which is Manchester Ward 8. So today I come presenting House Bill 179, reference to the fees, payment of the fees or for hazardous materials actions. So when we have an incident, we're going to use equipment to mitigate that. Plus, a lot of our equipment gets contaminated or destroyed. So there's a RSA that says who's ever responsible for that hazardous material incident has to pay. So we submit a invoice to them. They have 30 days to look at that invoice. If they don't think it's right, they can challenge it. After the 30 days, if they haven't challenged it, they're responsible for the bill. We get challenged on, how old was your turnout gear? And I'm not really sure how that plays because you can't go buy used turnout gear to replace my used turnout gear. You have to buy me new turnout gear or hoses or the pads or whatever other things that we use for the mitigation of that incident has to be replaced. There's no use. So, but it used to be a $1,000 fine if they didn't pay the bill. Well, if the bill is $50,000, that's a deal. Here's $1,000, I'm all set. So my amendment to that RSA is that it should be $1,000 per day after the 90 days. They have up to 90 days to come up and pay the bill. After the 90 days, it should be $1,000 a day plus the 20% penalty until you reach the price of the bill with the 20% over that. And those fines should be paid to the municipalities that have used that equipment who are not being paid. And this is a way to finally get paid. If these fees aren't paid, the hazardous material teams, the fire departments have trouble working. Their funding, and I have Chief DeAngelis with me, who's the president of the Seacoast Hazmat team, and he can give you a more detailed how that works and how it is so important to get the money to replace the equipment because there's very little funding for hazmat teams in this state. So if we don't get to replace our equipment, we're not ready for the next incident. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you. Representative Comtois and then Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and presenting this bill. You talked about you not being able to be reimbursed for your. Can you tell me how that affects you?
So I come from the fire department, not a hazmat team. So the latest incident that I was involved in involved oil trucks. I got knocked to the ground and got covered in oil along with my turnout gear. Once it has oil on it, we can't go into burning buildings with it anymore. So it is contaminated. It got taken from me at the scene. So now our department has to replace that. And to replace a set of turnout gear is between $7,000 and $10,000 per member. We lost a bunch of hose. We have to replace that. The hazmat team that use booms or absorbent pads to mitigate the flow of the oil all has to be replaced. There's very little funding to replace those. You know, over time they've made a stockpile, and if they use that stockpile, then unless we get paid for what we used, it's hard to build that back up again.
Okay, follow up, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. Do you work in conjunction with DES on these accidents?
Yes.
One more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So does DES also assess penalties and fines and collect monies?
I'm not sure. I would imagine there might be some fines if wrongdoing happened.
Representative Howard, and then Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Representative. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
So is it when you lose equipment and it gets replaced, does the fine start with the cost of the equipment or $1,000? Because it sounded as if it's $1,000 a day starting at day one, or is it the cost and then $1,000 after 90 days or 60 days?
So after 90 days. So originally the fine was $1,000 after 90 days if they didn't pay. So they don't pay. 50,000 or 1,000, kind of a no-brainer. So that's why I put this in, that if it becomes $1,000 a day, up to 20% over what the bill is, it gives them incentive to just pay it, right? So if we can get paid in a timely fashion, that would be great. But if it's just $1,000, they're going to drag it out or not pay at all. And we'll end up in court, and you know how long that takes.
Okay, Representative Minor, and then Potenza and Freeman.
Thank you, Representative Prue. I got a question for you. Our town recently, I'm going to say recently, within the past couple of years, bought this large industrial washing machine that is supposed to clean and wash out all the hazardous materials on these turnout gear. Can you speak to that?
So the extractor doesn't get all the oil out. It gets a lot of the fire products out, like carbon and those things. But very rarely does it get all of the oil residue that becomes embedded, from what I understand. And I was told we couldn't get our gear back because it's just too contaminated to be cleaned.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Potenza, and then Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of understand the process. So for example, let's say it's XYZ company, there's a spill, let's just use your example. All that equipment gets destroyed. So does the fire department then send like the bill, the fines or whatever directly to XYZ company?
So we don't do fines, but we will take an inventory of what was damaged.
Okay.
We will look up replacement costs of that equipment and present them with an invoice within 30 days.
Okay, so the XYZ company gets the invoice within
Yep.
30 days. And you're saying that right now, they're not paying.
Correct, because the fine for not paying is $1,000.
And so now and that's still in place, or there's that right now is still in place
that-
until we get this passed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Freeman, and then Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for coming in front of us today. I have a question about the way you've structured this penalty. I have a two-part question. Is that
Okay,
all right,
sure,
Madam?
sure.
Thank you so much for allowing me some latitude. Would this also apply to private residences? Say if it was my house. My
Yeah.
house is burning, and you're exposed to something hazardous in my house.
Totally different. If it's in conjunction with a fire that something gets released,
Yes.
like at a private residence, you had a can of gasoline in the thing,
On my
that-
oil tank.
or your oil tank. That is outside of this. It doesn't get included in this.
Okay.
right?
Okay, that
As
was.
far, the way I understand it.
Okay, thank you. And this is the
Sure.
statement. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I do have a question about the way the penalty is structured. So, and please forgive me, I want to understand
Yep.
this 100%. It's to be paid to the claimant, which would be the municipality, the city, the town,
Yeah, correct.
at $1,000 per day, plus interest assessed at the rate of interest established in RSA 336-1, and an additional 20% of each day's penalty for non-payment after 90 days of the initial non-payment. Is that not correct?
Correct. So what I was looking for, and I kind of left this to the drafter, and we all know how that goes.
Which is never a good idea.
Yeah. So, my thought is the fine starts at $1,000 a day after 90 days, instead of just the $1,000 and be done. So if they choose to pay the whole bill after 3 days, then that gets absorbed and we're all done.
Okay.
So I didn't know how to better, and maybe there's a better way to get them to come and pay in a timely fashion. And that's what I'm trying to get, right? Because the hazmat team is out their equipment. Our department dug into a pile of money that wasn't in our budget so we could get our turnout gear replaced because we wouldn't have it. So they're waiting to get that money back so they can put the money back where they took it from. So I'm figuring if they're looking at $1,000 a day until they've reached their payment with a 20% over that price, however you figure that out, there should be some penalty in there for making me wait for $50,000, another 50 days to get paid for our equipment.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also have I'm a little bit confused about the way that the payment mechanism is laid out, because
I'm open to suggestions.
I just wanted I just want a little bit of clarity about the
Okay.
goal. And I'm just going to look at the bill as submitted rather than the other one. So in the bill as submitted, then that $1,000 a day starts at 90 days and then goes until the payment is received, right? Follow up?
Follow up.
And so is that $1,000 a day going to be on top of the cost of replacing the equipment?
No.
Okay.
That's why I kind of put the amendment in. I'm trying to get the cost of the replacement, right? So at a $1,000 fine wasn't doing it. So if I get to fine you up to the cost of the equipment plus a 20% penalty, that's motivation to pay it.
Okay. So the goal is to have the fines result in the reimbursement plus a 20% penalty, for which will provide an incentive to actually do it sooner.
Correct.
Okay. So I think we might need to do a little bit of amendment, but I think
I'm open.
I think the concept makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here and taking the questions. What I don't see here is any proportionality? So if you send a bill for $100,000 to one person and you send $5,000 to another person, if that person doesn't pay the $5,000 fine, he's going to be hit with $1,000 a day with no endpoint?
No, there's an endpoint. When you reach whatever the bill is, it stops. I don't think, I told the drafter to put that in, and maybe I need to get it drafted again, but once you reach the amount of the bill, the fine stops. And then 20%, right? So there's 20% along with that. So if it was $100,000, 120, right?
Okay, yeah, I just didn't see that language in here
Yeah,
right now. So you're intending to amend this to?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just looking over the RSA, and one of the representatives brought up about a fire at their home. And the part that struck me, and maybe you can help me here, it says here, the response to fires or other emergencies where the discharge of hazardous materials is incidental to the fire or other emergency and does not require the use of specialized hazardous materials shall not be cost eligible. But if there is use, they would still be eligible for the cost. The way I'm just asking, because further up it talks about whether by knowledgeable or even omission that you didn't know, you're responsible for this. So I'm just a little concerned that somebody may have something hazardous where you have to call in hazmat, that the homeowner or somebody that has no idea that they would need a hazmat person in there and how that would affect them.
I'm going to tell you from experience that if it's such a small item that the person who has it doesn't know that they're going to need a hazmat team, they probably won't. Right? But if you have a 5,000 gallon tank of oil sitting in your backyard and you haven't maintained it and it lets go, then you're going to be responsible for it, or your insurance company.
Representative Potenza, did you have a question?
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you think it makes sense to, just because there's a little bit of ambiguity from what Representative Comtois just said in that we should maybe further explain that in your bill? Of course, if someone has hazardous materials on their property that are not allowed by law, that it makes sense that they would be responsible for that. I get that. But it just, I don't know. I don't want to open it up for, a private, private citizen, homeowner, or something like that, to get hurt with this when, do you think that there's a pathway
So-
that we could?
As you look at the RSA, we would bill them anyway. So, right, if they fell into the realm, and I know the person behind me has better answers than I do, fell into the realm of that it was a hazmat incident, they're going to get an invoice for the equipment, no matter what, right? And they were going to get fined $1,000, right? If their insurance company didn't pay, and that's who becomes responsible, is the insurance company.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I have a question for you. Was there a particular incident or something that happened which triggered this legislation to be submitted by you?
And unfortunately, I can't talk about that.
I'm sorry?
And unfortunately, I can't talk about that because it's being litigated as we speak.
Ah, okay. Thank you for that.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for introducing this bill. And I call now Donald DeAngelis from Seacoast Hazmat Team. It's on. No, you just turned it on. Oh,
Thank
there you
you.
go.
I am the
Please
chair-
state your name and where you're from.
Thank you. I'm Don DeAngelis. I'm the Epping Fire Chief. And I am the chair of the hazmat team on the Seacoast region. And there's 8 teams in the state. All of them are locally funded. We survive off grants and local funding. So each town that is a member of the team, they contribute their portion. Generally, our budget's $151,000 a year. Most of that's consumed by training and anything else that we use for equipment stuff. As Mark said, if there's a spill, the insurance companies generally replace all of the damaged and degraded equipment. So we rely heavily on billing. You asked Mark what incident prompted this, and I know the incident he's talking about, and it was significant. I was there as well, and 5 towns lost a lot of their structural firefighting gear, and the insurance carrier hasn't paid, and as a result, I know that we got hit. We're fortunate that it happened at the end of our budgeting process, so we could get $50,000 from the town to replace it. The other 4 towns didn't get that, and they went without for almost an entire year. In fact, it was an entire year. They went out with equipment. They couldn't function anymore because their budgets were done and they couldn't get it replaced. That's not the only incident we've had. My team especially has been paid for. There's been other incidents. One incident almost put us out of business because we never got compensated for all of our loss, and the towns ate it. There's another incident we didn't get paid for, and one of the questions was, what if it happens at a home? And we did have a home, and generally homeowners insurance covers that. But we had a renter, no renter's insurance, and we had to eat that, and that person fled the country, so we're never going to get that money, and we had to eat that as well. We operate a team that goes from Farmington all the way down to Plastow, from Deerfield all the way over to Portsmouth. We're one of the larger teams. And the issue of not being paid wounds us to the point that we can't function anymore. So we'll go without until we do get paid or another budget cycle comes along. We often can share stuff when we're in a jam with other teams. They can bail us out. That's generally how we survive, by begging and borrowing at times. Generally, most of our work is fixed facilities, industrial, and transportation accidents. The team's about 30 people. Each town contributes some help to it. And these teams are all trained as hazardous materials technicians. The funding is tight. It's already on a shoestring. We don't receive any help from funding from the state other than grants that are available. And we really, our lifeblood is getting reimbursed for our losses and any damaged equipment. That's my concern. 3 times now we haven't been paid, and it's injured the team's ability to respond as a result of all that lost equipment.
Are these insurance companies that are not paying you, or is it individual, the companies? I don't know. Who is it that's supposed to be paying?
Most of our work is insurance companies.
Okay.
There are times we have had to take the loss because there wasn't insurance.
Okay. Representative Gruber and then Potenza.
Thank you. I used to oversee a hazard material department in Vermont. I understand your concerns. The insurance companies themselves, which are typically the places where you get reimbursed, is there another technique that you could that could be done at the state level with the insurance commission for the insurance companies to be forced them to pay these sort of payments?
I think I'll wait for the Portsmouth chief to answer that question for you, because he actually is the president of the mutual aid system. I work for him. So he deals with those issues. I think he'd probably answer the question more appropriately. Is that fair?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, there's someone else who's going to be speaking because I don't have any more pink cards. Oh, okay. So just pass it around. Thank you. Representative Potenza.
Yeah, this might be a question for the next speaker, but just quickly, it goes back to earlier in your testimony in regards with the insurance piece. So I just wanted to understand that. So you're saying that you guys are out fighting any of these situations, equipment gets damaged, the insurance for these are whatever it may be, private entities or whatever that are supposed to cover it, just don't end up paying?
Most of the time they pay, some don't. That's what we're going through right now, actually. We have a significant bill, very significant bill, and we've not received payment yet from the insurance company.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I understand that this bill will put, emphasis because it's higher penalties and stuff like that, and especially if it's going to, let's say, a court case. But this isn't necessarily going to, if someone's not paying, they're still not going to pay. Like it's obviously going to take probably a matter of court to make them do that, correct?
They generally pay. This is to entice them to pay sooner so we can be made whole, so we can get back up and functioning again.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Nope. Seeing none. Thank you very much for your coming in and talking to us today. And I now call William McQuillan from SC FOMAD.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is William McQuillan, and I'm the president of the Seacoast Chief Fire Officers Mutual Aid District, which is over on the southeastern part of the state. And we have 36 New Hampshire cities and towns that fire departments that are in the Mutual Aid District. And we see this as a vehicle to help municipalities, especially those smaller towns that are, SB2 towns and have to wait for town meeting to be able to replace gear and make these types of expenditures to replace these things. And we're looking for a vehicle to amend existing law to make it a little easier for our folks.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. I'm just curious from some of the conversation and some of the testimony you've been listening to, there seems to be some issue with insurance companies reimbursing you in a timely fashion. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. And yes, that's the crux of the issue is carriers and ultimately who's responsible.
Thank you. And may I have a follow-up? Thank
Absolutely.
you so much. So, given this change in the law, how do you feel this would compel insurance companies to pay up?
Again, we think that if there's more of more teeth there and that they're not going to be paying out as much money, they'll be compelled to pay quicker, right? That is the goal here, is to get them to pay quicker.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying before us today. So my question is, if an insurance company is not paying, there must be a reason why they're not paying. So apparently there's some dispute as to the amount or whether in fact the fault lies on that insurance company, let's say. Can you address that issue?
So thanks for the question. And I think it's a case-by-case issue, right, with respect to whether or not carriers pay or when they don't pay, or whether or not there's a responsible party for the release of the material. Right. So as Chief DeAngelis explained, there's been some other circumstances that have been, encountered. Right. So I can't necessarily speak and say that it's all financial or that it's all insurance companies.
But you will agree there's a dispute. That's why the insurance companies aren't paying.
Absolutely. There is a dispute. Yes.
One more question?
One more question.
And is there an opportunity to negotiate this payment? I mean, is it all or nothing? Is that how it works?
So again, I don't want to talk specifics about anything that's going on, but I think right, like anything else in this world, right, there's always room to negotiate and talk and come to a resolution.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Representative Potenza, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so earlier, I think in the first testimony, I think the thing that was the worst part of what the loophole needs to be fixed. But does this necessarily fix the loophole where, so for example, somebody owes $50,000, they're not paying the $50,000, past 90 days, whatever it may be, they pay the $1,000 and then they're off the hook for the $50,000. Is that really fixing this? I don't know if I see the connection. That's really what was talked about.
So I'm not sure in your example that fixes the issue either, right? And I don't believe that's necessarily the case. right? That you'd pay a $1,000 fine over a $50,000 bill in your instance, right? In the way current law reads, it would be a $51,000 bill,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, all right. I just want to make
Yep,
sure.
no,
that-
I'm hoping I'm answering your question
no,
and
no, no. I
clarifying.
just because it's giving them, I guess, in a sense, the representative was talking about. It seems like it was giving them kind of an out, like they'll pay the $1,000, but they still haven't paid the 50. So what can we do in a sense to legislate for them to actually pay the bill is really what it comes down to. And should we specifically have something in here that's talking about an outside insurance agency as well instead of just general? Should we get it more specific?
Again, happy to work with the committee if, right, we certainly are willing to come up with any kind of a solution, right?
Okay. Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for giving us your testimony. Do you know how many times a bill is sent to private homeowners after a response? And do you think this is appropriate to hit a private homeowner with a hammer this big?
So with respect to sending a bill to a private homeowner, I can tell you that I don't recall ever having done it in my career, all right, in the last 35 years that I've been involved in the fire service.
Follow up.
Would you have any objection then if we had some exclusionary language in here to say that homeowners would not be levied this type of penalty?
So I think it warrants discussion in that, right, if you're a homeowner and you're storing something that's covered by this law, and a fire department and a hazmat team then has to do some type of mitigation and cleanup, right? That there has to be some responsibility of the homeowner who brought these products and then had them released somehow, right?
Okay.
Well, yes, and I do understand you could bill them for that. Is this a private homeowner still? Would be a very onerous penalty for a private homeowner as opposed to a business that should know better and have better practices.
Yeah, again, homeowners insurance is typically who would be responsible here. I think when we're talking, I think there are some funds I know that are out there for specifically around oil tanks leak in basements and that type of thing.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
So I want to get a better sense of how the penalty works now and or fails to work now, and how it would, how you would envision it working. And so the way it works, as I understand it now, there is a penalty of $1,000 if someone does not pay the bill promptly, and then they are no longer on the hook for any further penalty, and whether you can get the $50,000 that is actually owed is an open question. So you might end up only getting $1,000 of penalty and none of the reimbursement for the $50,000. Is that the way it sometimes works in a worst case?
No, I think the incentive here, the intent, not to speak for Representative Prue, but certainly our intent was to try and get people to pay the bill quicker.
Okay, but I'm just talking about, how so that was my example of how it fails under current law as opposed to what the proposal is. So it sounds like the proposal is to have 90 days of leeway and then have $1,000 charged of penalty per day, but that penalty would effectively be paying off the that $50,000 bill. So after 50 days, if they actually were paying it, then they'd be free and clear, or I guess there's a 20% penalty on top of that. So they'd be free and clear after paying 50,000 plus 20% of that. But it would essentially put them on a payment schedule of $1,000 per day. Is that what is intended, and do you think that would work?
So to speak to intent, again, I think the intent here is to get people to pay quicker, right? It's not necessarily get them on a payment plan. And as to whether or not it would work, I don't know.
Okay. I guess what I see here is a real problem, and I'm not sure that the solution is the way that the solution that's proposed is actually going to get to the goal of making the payments come through quicker and making sure they come through. And I'm wondering if there might be some other models out there for penalties for non-payment that might in fact provide a better model. Sure.
Again, happy to work with the committee, right? Work session, whatever you require to get to a solution that's acceptable to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I keep looking at this, and I'm looking at the RSA, and I'm looking at the line H that it's going to replace. And nowhere on that line does it say for repayment. It says that currently it's a one-time penalty plus interest accrued may be assessed for non-payment. So what you're saying, this bill, the way it's written, is $1,000 per day plus interest may be assessed after 90 days of non-payment. It doesn't have anything about paying a bill. This is just for not even paying. So my question to you is, if this is to pay a bill, why would we be having these fines? Because your intent is for them to pay the bill, but having it as
Making it a fine above the bill, if that's what you're asking.
okay, so they still have to pay $50,000, and then they have to pay $1,000 per day after 90 days, and they keep until they pay the 50,000, and then and whatever the $1,000 a day is. So if they didn't pay for 50 days, they owe you $100,000 plus 20%, which would be $10,000. So on a $50,000 bill, they're going to have to pay you $110,000. Is that my understanding? Right.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Wheeler. I thought you were pointing to somebody.
Yeah, sorry about that. My angled hand. I apologize, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question is, if somebody was harboring or hosting or holding something in their house that was significant enough to represent a hazard danger, don't you think that that is extraordinary enough in itself to cause responsibility? Could you elaborate on what things might cause within a private home a hazard danger, and what that represents for the officers going to that house?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think that's the issue, is that we really have no idea what people are doing in their homes, right? And that oftentimes, by the time that we get called, we encounter things that are quite unexpected. Certainly, our hazmat team has gone to things where folks have been mixing chemicals, experimenting, right? That then cause a serious danger to our folks and to themselves and to the area around them, right? Whether it's could even be explosives, it could be chemicals, right? Whatever it is, we get called to try and mitigate it and to make it less hazardous to the environment. So I think, to your point, Representative, right, we don't know what people are doing in their own homes, and if somebody has called us and it's serious enough for us to take action, I think it warrants some fine.
Any
to
other
deter
questions?
that type of behavior.
Any other, Representative Bixby?
Yeah, I'm just on that topic of, you don't necessarily know what's there, so that might be a reason not to create an exemption. And one thing that comes to mind is that you might not know was there was, say, an illicit meth lab, and you wouldn't want to create an exemption for that.
Right.
Right. Okay, thank you. You know of any? Okay, any other questions from the committee? Thank you so very much. I appreciate your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Any other members wish to, anybody else wish to present a pink card? Seeing none, may I have the blue sheet for this HB 179? And let's see. And we have online, we had 11 people support this legislation, 1 person oppose. On the blue sheet here, we have 2 people in support. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 179. There you go. Okay, moving right along. And we're not too badly out of time here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 171, establishing a moratorium on the issuance of permits for new landfills. And if I may just take a moment, I'd like to get a copy of the bill that's up there. Oh, you have it. Okay, thank you. All right, good. And today to introduce this bill to our committee is represented our one and only Representative Nicholas Germana. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back. Thank you for the record. I'm Representative Nick Germana. I represent Cheshire 15, which is Chesterfield, Hinsdale, Keene, wards 1 and 3 through 5, Surrey, Walpole, and Westmoreland. I left my copy of the bill up there, but I have distributed my written testimony. Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, last year this committee passed a moratorium on new landfills and put it on the consent calendar, and it is still a good idea. In November of last year, J.L. Carr issued a preliminary objection to the new landfill siting rules, citing concerns that the proposed rules were inadequate in key respects and would leave New Hampshire significantly behind other states in the region and across the country and around the world in the protections they offer Granite Staters. In December, the Department of Environmental Services returned to J.L. Carr to represent the rules unchanged. Our colleagues on that committee reiterated their concerns, but felt strongly that there was no further ground for action from a rules committee. Instead, they urged the legislature to address these concerns through policy action. This moratorium will give us the time to do exactly that. The primary concern raised by opponents of HB 171 is the assertion that a moratorium could result in a capacity shortfall. This is not the case. Such concerns are based on the assumption that the turnkey facility in Rochester does not apply for an expansion when its current permit expires in 2034. The operators of that facility, however, have stated publicly that they intend to do so. We still also have the Mount Carberry landfill in Success, New Hampshire, which is permitted to receive municipal solid waste until at least 2041, and DES estimates, or as of 2022, estimated that at the current fill rate, that facility may have capacity until 2043. It is also critically important to point out that this is the most powerful argument in support of a moratorium, that DES's projection for landfill capacity need is based on New Hampshire's solid waste needs. And yet we continue to import nearly 50% of what we landfill from out of state. One piece of testimony with regard to HB 215 asserted that there is an approaching capacity crisis in New England. Well, there is no capacity shortfall, let alone crisis, in New Hampshire. Our statutes do not require us to become the dumping ground for the region's trash, and our constituents have made themselves clear time and again that it is not the Granite State that they want to live in. Unless and until we do our job as a legislature and take action to address this critical issue, we should not be considering opening another landfill that is not needed for New Hampshire's solid waste needs. Our new governor has openly expressed her concerns about these issues, and with this new alignment of interests between this body and the governor, we are in excellent position to take meaningful action. We have several pieces of good legislation for consideration this year, but we do not have a bill currently before us that will address the problem of out-of-state waste. Now is the time to press pause when capacity need is not an issue and address concerns with the new landfill siting rules and the problem of out-of-state waste. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I am very happy to answer questions.
Questions? Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for testifying on this bill. Assuming we were to enact a moratorium and assuming we ran out of space in state, would there be options for us to send our municipal solid waste out of state? And where would other states like Massachusetts send their waste if they no longer had an opportunity to send it here?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I neither know nor particularly care where Massachusetts would send their waste if it's not here. Currently, we export about 10% of our waste. So there are, with some of our border towns, there is some solid waste going into neighboring states. I imagine that would increase a little bit. But other states, unlike us, have been very, very specific about developing regulations, particularly around the kind of waste. It's important to distinguish between the amount and the kind of waste. For example, in a number of other states, I believe both in Vermont and Massachusetts, you can't landfill mattresses, for example. You can landfill mattresses here. They send their mattresses here to landfill. So it's important to consider also when we're talking about what New Hampshire waste goes out of state. There are things that we can't send into Massachusetts, Vermont, or Maine that we do actually take in return because they have regulations in place that we do not.
Excellent. Thank you.
Representative Germana, so with your reference to items like mattresses and so forth, I do want to make it known that the Solid Waste Working Group is working on, investigating programs where it would be viable for us to not landfill those things, but in ways to deconstruct them and recycle the parts and all sorts of things. And it's not only just mattresses, but there are other items that we are looking at. But to the other question that had come up regarding if we had a moratorium and at some point ran out of space to have our trash sent to or put in, and we would have to send that trash out of state somewhere, what do you believe would be the cost to our municipalities in the event that should happen?
Thank you very much, first of all, Madam Chair, for the point about the work that the Solid Waste Working Group is doing. So it's really great that we took the action we did earlier. So, and also I know concern around, plastics and other things that we really need to divert. So I appreciate the work that group is doing. On some extent, I'm going to push back a little bit against the question because I'm not really prepared to concede the idea that it's a danger of running out of capacity need. So I'll kind of stake my ground there. That question
Fair enough.
Raises issues that I don't think are going to happen.
Okay, Representative Comtois and then Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for this bill. I do have a question for you. I just went to heard about our housing shortage in New Hampshire, and it's a big deal. And if we added another 100 to 200,000 people to the state of New Hampshire in the next 5 years, that is going to increase our waste. How are we going to handle that?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. To kind of take it in two parts. First, I think growth on that scale is, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, but I think is highly unlikely for a variety of reasons, including we don't have the workforce to build on that scale presently. So, I would love to see housing build up, but it will be on a longer scale. And we'll be prepared to deal with that. And the other part of my answer to your question, Representative, has to do with we have to address out-of-state waste. So if we address out-of-state waste, our ability to deal with more waste produced within the state is going to grow. And I think in a very manageable way, given probably the scale that we could even hope to see housing increase.
Representative Comtois, follow-up?
And thank you for that question. And I know that the numbers I gave were pretty large, but I'm looking at debris from building and things like that. So there is waste associated with building new homes and things like that. But the other question is one of the things that we've always talked about, and I thought I understood, but I was really enlightened when I went on a field trip last year to Turnkey. Was that Turnkey is a private facility. So although they have to take our waste until 2034, we cannot tell them where to, as long as they can meet our capacity, we cannot tell a private company where they can or cannot take waste from. Is that correct?
There is debate. I thank you for the question, and it's an excellent question. We had a bill last year, obviously in this committee, that would say 15% is a cap. There is a debate about how far you can test the interstate commerce clause. And when I served on a study committee, we had someone from the Attorney General's office come in, and they said there are grounds on which you can challenge the interstate commerce clause. So it's an excellent question. It is an open legal question about whether or not we could draw a line like that.
Thank you. Representative Bixby, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm just wanted to get back to the capacity issue. And so I think we heard earlier today that the permitted capacity for Turnkey is up through 2034 or 2034. and I believe that which is 5 years after the moratorium would end. Do you know what the capacity at Mount Carberry is, or how long that is good for?
They are, thank you for the question. They are, and perhaps Representative Potenza has some more information, but I will say, based on the 21-22 biennial solid waste report, they are permitted to provide capacity to 2041. And as of that report, as I said, DES had estimated, based on fill rates, that it could be extended at least a couple years to 2043 with current fill rates. So 2041, potentially 2043.
Follow up?
Sure, follow up.
So it sounds like we have plenty of capacity to have a moratorium go until 2030. And just to clarify, this moratorium is only on completely new landfills. It doesn't have to do with expansions. So if it would not get in the way of Turnkey starting to submit their application for an expansion.
Thank you for that clarifying question. That's absolutely right. It does not apply to expansions. And as I said, the operators of Turnkey have said publicly that they intend to apply for an expansion, and that process would begin soon because it does take a little while. So yes, between Turnkey and Mount Carberry, we will continue to have capacity well beyond 2030.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Potenza, then Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up on that in regards with Turnkey, because I've had direct conversations with Waste Management about that, they would actually start the process not that soon. So I just want that to be clear. They were saying that would be 2028 and 2029 is when they would start that process. And that's what I've heard. Have you heard the same? That's really the numbers that we're looking at here for when they would start working on their application for an expansion.
Thank you. I hadn't heard those specific years, but I know that relatively soon, it's all relative, right? But they would want to do it a number of years ahead of that 2034 date. But so that sounds right to me.
follow up?
Sure.
And during this time for a moratorium, do you believe that we can start really looking at, because landfills are the bottom of the barrel. They're literally what we should be the last resort. That we could actually spend our time and focus on other different types of unbelievable technologies with recycling, incineration, and all of those things that we haven't even looked at in the state at this point.
Yes, absolutely. And we've heard some good examples here, like with the solid waste working group, the food waste diversion, which is starting next month. That was a good first step. The chair has spoken about the work that they're doing, thinking about, say, mattresses and some other things that we want to stop landfilling. And there are a wide variety of technological possibilities and policy possibilities that a moratorium would allow us to explore.
Representative Howard and then Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, last session, we talked a little bit about a moratorium on private applications and exploring more publicly held landfills. Would that be something that you would consider? Or on all landfills? Is it?
Thank you very much, Representative. So the moratorium last year and this moratorium are across the board, public and private. The other piece that we talked about last year was the idea that all landfills going forward would be publicly owned and leased to a private operator if it was the state or a county. So those are kind of two separate issues. But in this case, the moratorium would apply across the board.
Representative Gruber.
Yes, just want to follow up one more moment on capacity, because I understand you did not mention other landfills that could be expanded, such as the Lebanon landfill, some of the other sites. And second point is that my understanding our diversion goals are 25% by 2030. So that actually, do you think this would actually help push us towards those diversion goals?
Thank you very much, Representative. It's important to point out Lebanon is a public facility, and it has what's the word I'm looking for? They're not open to all sources, specifically for Lebanon, maybe what contracts they have there. So that doesn't count in terms of meeting capacity need for the state as a whole. But to your second question, yes, I think that diversion, which is supposed to be driving our solid waste management plan, the very purpose of the moratorium is to force us to really aggressively take on the issue of diversion.
Representative Kane.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I'm of the strong contention that the silver bullet of landfills is waste to energy plants, incineration plants. My concern with a moratorium is that, it could take a few years to get the investments to build the waste to energy plant. And in order for waste to energy plants to be viable financially, for the municipalities, to spend their tipping fees at a waste to energy plant instead of a landfill, we have to get rid of landfills as an option. And my concern is that with a moratorium of only 5 years, that municipalities or businesses they'll feel disinclined to want to make that capital investment in waste energy plants, because they'll think, well, the moratorium's almost up here in a couple years, and then they'll just want to go right back to, landfills, and then all this money that we put into the waste energy plants is going to go bankrupt. And I'm just wondering how you feel about the idea of, instead of a moratorium, just a temporary moratorium, an indefinite moratorium, where now it sends a signal to everybody who would be an investor in a waste to energy plant that, yes, we mean this for reals, and you will have the requisite trash needed to make the waste to energy plants financially viable. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Representative. I see the 5-year moratorium as a policy tool. It gives us the option to explore a variety of options while having pressed pause, right? So when it comes to considerations about waste to energy, for example, this is a time period in which potential investors can explore that landscape and decide whether or not it is something that that they want to invest in. And there are a whole set of other policy possibilities that we could explore. So it's important to point out that that is the specific purpose of this moratorium, is to provide us a window of time where we have a pause to explore multiple options.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Could you see that towards the end of the time frame of this moratorium, that instead we either expand the date of the moratorium or make it indefinite at the end of this term?
Thank you for the question. I don't want to speculate on that. It's certainly always a possibility, but I don't want to speculate as to what we might do in 2028 or 2029 with a moratorium.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Barber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. I have a question regarding the bill. Would it be possible to add a mechanism to the bill that would require an exploratory committee to research alternatives right in the bill rather than taking a chance that that would actually happen?
Thank you very much, Representative. We've actually had a number of study committees already on this issue. I was on one. Representative Ebel referred to one a few years ago that she was on. Madam Chair has referred to the work of the Solid Waste Working Group, and they are often making recommendations. Again, our food waste diversion, which is going in next week, we came out of the work of the Solid Waste Working Group. So I don't see the need for a study committee such as you describe. I think a lot of that work has already been done, and now it's our responsibility to enact it in legislation.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for introducing that bill and fielding all those questions. I now call Representative Terry Spar. You've requested 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Terry Spar, and I just wanted to share with you my perspective and sort of echoing Representative Germana. Yes, practically half of waste in our landfills here in New Hampshire is imported from surrounding states. And why is that? Because the big players in the business have made the rules at the very expense of New Hampshire citizens. And this isn't the benign trash that we had 70 years ago. This trash these days is full of volatile organic chemicals, or compounds, PFAS, toxic chemicals, and more. In Massachusetts and Vermont, you can't landfill rugs, as was mentioned. And the reason being is because they've got PFAS in them. But guess where you can dump them? Right here. It's wrong, and all this trash will be stewing in these landfills for decades and may eventually leach at some point into our waterways. These landfills may very well become future Superfund sites. We just don't know that. How could any New Hampshire resident of sound mind aware of this issue support any action that will jeopardize themselves or their future generations and their families? Why should we residents suffer while a few people take advantage of us and reap in the millions of dollars? We must stop all new landfills. Landfill permits, as the bill proposes, and cap our incoming waste from outside states. The current trajectory is a disaster. It's wrong, and it hurts every resident of this great state. We're not protecting our citizens, and we are certainly not making New Hampshire any stronger. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Potenza.
I'm not sure if you said it or I missed it. Can you tell me what district you represent?
Grafton County, Hanover, Lime area, right near the Lebanon dump.
Oh, wonderful. Can I have a follow-up? I was lucky to visit that landfill, which is seems to be a really good balance and design. And of course, they're only taking in New Hampshire just because it's got the public piece to it. Have you spent any time in researching at all that landfill?
I have not personally. We used to take our waste there, and then we went to a service recently.
Okay, Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking questions. You bring up an interesting point. which is the topic of PFAS. So, you know, in New Hampshire, we might have bans on, let's say we enacted some bans on what could be disposed of in our landfills, but do you believe that we would still be open to, like let's say we prevent PFAS from being sold in our products in New Hampshire, but products containing PFAS in other states would potentially still be dumped here, and it might be an item like a rug that you said we don't have a ban on rugs, but because our rugs don't have PFAS, their out-of-state rugs do have PFAS, and now we're inadvertently getting PFAS into our landfills. Is that what you're saying?
I went to the solid waste working group on Friday, and we absolutely have to do a better job of recycling. And I don't know where PFAS rules are and regulations, but I certainly know I think the Fed just got rid of 2 different ones or something. But we shouldn't have PFAS in our materials and our products. And whether that's just New Hampshire and we go that route, that's fine. But I don't think that we absolutely shouldn't have it be disposed of in our state.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you today. Call John Swan from Safe Forest Lake up in Dalton.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today in support of House Bill 171. My name is John Swan. I'm the founder of Save Forest Lake, and I need to preface my testimony by stating that in order to not get sued by Casella for a 3rd time, I need you to understand that all of this is my opinion based on my research and experience. I also did want to point out for the record that online testimony, it looks like 259 citizens signed in support of this very important piece of legislation. I did send my testimony with supportive documents to the committee. I hope you received that, had a chance to take a look at it, because there's a lot of good stuff in there relative to why we need this landfill moratorium. Several times I've heard already the word crisis brought up, and that's a very good word, and I like the conversation that's been going on. This is something that can continue during this moratorium when we decide what we're going to do. We have a lot of smart people in this state, including on the solid waste working group, who could be tasked with working on this, et cetera, et cetera. However, I want to point out that we have a fantastic opportunity to prevent a future crisis. In fact, there's no time machine needed to go back in time and stop it. We can stop the proposed Granite State landfill in Dalton and Bethlehem at Douglas Drive next to Forest Lake. We have the opportunity with this moratorium to get it right. I brought a friend with me today, not really a friend, but someone I've grown very intimate with over the course of the 6 years. This is a map, a drawing of the NCES landfill in Bethlehem. And the mapping is from the July 2024 triannual groundwater monitoring report provided to DES by Sanborn Head on behalf of Casella NCS. The markups on there are mine. And I just want to show, this is a 30-year-old landfill in Bethlehem. It has grown and grown over the course of 30 years. When Casella first bought this small little, pretty much local municipal landfill back in 1993, 94, they touted it as a state-of-the-art landfill that they would be building. In fact, they bragged about excavating the old unlined landfill that is here in the stage 2. It shows right there, approximate extent of former unlined landfill in the box over stage 2. So they excavated that, put that into the new stage 1 area, and then DES and Casella, everybody involved, blessed the excavation. You got all the contamination. Build stage 2, so it was approved. And yet, today, this is the July 2024 Triannual Groundwater Report. This is my markup on there. These are the PFAS detections, according to the report from Sanborn Head submitted to DES. This is what we have the opportunity to prevent from being recreated 6 miles away next to Forest Lake State Park. As you can see, according to the data provided, and most people don't like to read the reports because they're very long, and they're very entailed. I've had to learn how to read scientific data. Of the wells, there were 19 wells that had a total of 107 total different PFAS compounds detected. 8 of those had exceedance of the Ambient Groundwater Quality Standard, or AGQS. I also would want to point out that this entire landfill is sited within the watershed of the Ammonoosuc River, which is right here. It all flows northward to the Ammonoosuc River. There was a 78% increase in total PFAS levels from prior 2023-2024 testing at 12 wells that had prior testing. I went through and did the math. 78% increase. That's pretty significant. And I will add that both DES and the owner operator and Sanborn Head have relied on the story, the alibi I call it, that it's the old unlined landfill that is causing
Mr.
the
Swan?
contamination. Yes.
Could you please direct your comments to the idea of establishing a moratorium?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that this would be the same owner, operator, engineers, contractors building a new landfill that's not needed nor not wanted. It's not wanted, and we have a great opportunity here with this moratorium to get it right. As Representative King spoke to, there's opportunity for other technologies that could be utilized. We have smart people in the room who can solve this problem, but please, this moratorium gives us an opportunity. We don't need a time machine to go back and fix the problem. We can. Why is this not being remediated right now? In fact, this mailer from Casella sent to the North Country touts keeping us safe in the North Country. This is a relatively new mailer, yet this speaks differently. So the point of the moratorium and the point of my testimony is that we need to learn from the mistakes of the past. This is like St. Gobain wanting another facility somewhere in the North Country. Would we allow it knowing what we know about St. Gobain today? No. And why is this not being mitigated? In fact, I have gone into the Ammonoosuc River 3 times now. There is a seep at this location. It's like a little small waterfall cascading into the Ammonoosuc River. I've tested it 3 times. I waded across, tested it last year in October, or 2023 in October, twice in 2024, June and August. All 3 lab reports came back for the same 4 to 5 PFAS compounds in that water, cascading off of the NCS property into the Ammonoosuc River. Yet the department still does not require that surface runoff going into the Ammonoosuc River to be tested. I'm the only one that's tested it. So perhaps you can ask the department another question. Why aren't they requiring that surface water runoff going off of the property into the Ammonoosuc River? Why is that not being tested for PFAS and whatever contaminants that could be in there? It's the same 4 to 5 PFAS, including PFOA. So, and that is, EPA deemed that a hazardous compound last April. So again, the point is, let's learn from history. And I think we don't need to reward a owner-operator with a new landfill when we have an opportunity to get it right next time, if we even need another landfill. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And I call Natch Grays. from BIA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nate Grays for the Business and Industry Association, the statewide Chamber of Commerce. We oppose this legislation. I at the prompting of the chair's question about the statewide working group, I should add that I probably should have added another sentence to my letter after the first sentence, just basically noting that different policy decisions by legislators, by the legislature, will determine whether or not we have our capacity estimate of 2034 is correct or not. It's possible that in addition to decreasing capacity based on something like soil standards for PFAS, which may require landfilling of soil, other options such as, banning carpets or, as legislation this year would do, removing some paint from the waste stream would increase that capacity by some amount. So I just want to make sure that was clear on the record that 2034 number, I do recognize that's just an estimate. The other thing I want to point out on the capacity side of things is that DES's permitting also has a max intake. So even if some facilities are allowed to continue to take waste past 2034, past whenever kind of we hit the break-even point here, that doesn't mean that's going to meet all of the need for the waste generated in New Hampshire, the same level capacity. And I do want to point out that the capacity question is really a regional question, and it's really a cost question, because even if it ends up being the case that, we in New Hampshire have to export more waste, the ultimate question is, well, how much is that going to cost people who throw away things? While we can certainly make policy decisions that reduce the need for landfilling, if we're landfilling and it turns out that we're having to truck that out to Ohio or something, that's going to add additional costs. That's part of the calculus here, and part of the business analysis that waste disposal companies do when they look at, are we going to open a facility like a mattress recycling facility, or are we going to apply for a new landfill? So that's all part of that overall calculus that I wanted to make sure I pointed out. Which goes to kind of the overall concern we have here is not only in kind of the timing and the capacity, but the ultimate question here of the cost and the cost to businesses, which obviously produce landfillable materials, and how much that may increase depending on exactly how what policy decisions are made. I hope that was clear. I'm certainly happy to take questions if the committee has any.
Representative Bixby, and then Meyer.
Yeah, so you bring up the point that solid waste disposal is a regional issue. However, I guess one of the things that I'm wondering is if all of the states around us have put bans on particular things going into their landfills, why should New Hampshire take the burden of taking on the trash from the states that have banned it in their own states? That does not seem like a good business proposition for New Hampshire.
Well, I think that's a different issue than the one in front of you. If you wanted to ban certain materials from going into a landfill, that's different than an overall ban on landfills. So to use our favorite example, PFAS, much of that is being shipped to Canada for landfilling at the moment. If Canada decides they're not taking much of the sludge collected from wastewater treatment facilities, which contains PFAS, is being sent to Canada for landfilling at the moment. If Canada decides to ban the import of sludge, that has to go somewhere else. It cannot be, for instance, land applied in Maine, because Maine has banned that. So if we make a policy decision like Maine was to make, which results in a change in how we handle that product, that's a different question than, well, can someone open a landfill or not?
Okay. Representative Minor was next. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's interesting, one of your last comments was the cost of disposing of all these materials that are coming from out of state. But correct me if I'm wrong, the cost doesn't go to the company, the cost goes to us. We pay for the disposal. It's not like these large corporations are losing money, they're in fact making money.
Is there a question there?
Yes, I'm sorry. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I don't disagree. I mean, if you're a company, you're in the business of making money, and if it's the cheapest place to put the landfillable materials is New Hampshire, then that's where you're going to ship them. I mean, that's just basic economics.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Howard was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So waste management is a profitable business, I imagine. And this, your concern about costs, it has to do with your bottom line. So the fact that we are taking garbage from around, the way that you make your highest profit is taking garbage from the New England region. So do you, we spoke to, we had a BIA person come last session to talk to us about this too. And what I failed to ask her is what I want to ask you, and is that is, are all business opportunities equal?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question.
I mean, profit at any cost or at any, does that sit well with you as an organization? And
Well, so the point I was trying to make, which I don't think I necessarily articulated clearly, but maybe a more personal example will make sense, is, I live in Concord. We have a pay-as-you-throw system where we buy purple plastic bags from the grocery store and you pay based on how much you throw out, right? And that cost is negotiated between Concord and the waste disposal company. And that cost is based on what the various waste disposal companies bid for that. So kind of at a residential level, that cost is in large part dictated by what we do with our trash. So in Concord, it goes to the Wheelabrator plant and they burn it. But in other places, it ends up in different landfills throughout the state. But if it's the case that the states surrounding us are not making policies that allow them to landfill enough even to take exports from us, if we run out of capacity for New Hampshire needs, then if it turns out that my trash, has to end up getting shipped to Ohio, that cost is going to be probably larger than it is to get shipped up to Pennacook and burned.
but would we have to ship it to Ohio if we just stopped taking Maine and Vermont and Massachusetts trash?
Oh, I think that goes to the question of, what can we do with the Commerce Clause? I'm not prepared to answer that today.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to understand a couple things. First, can we just, on the record, is Casella have a membership with BIA? So they pay dues to you?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. As well as Waste Management?
I believe that's the case.
Okay.
We have that all online, by the way. It's on our website under our
Just I'd love it
Yep.
for everybody to know for the record. Also, how are costs going to go up when we right now have more than 50% capacity that's available for New Hampshire? How are costs going up if we actually are putting New Hampshire trash first, which by the way is in every permit? Are you familiar with that? That they have to take New Hampshire. New Hampshire has to be the number one priority. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the basic outlines of the permitting process. I don't have an in-depth knowledge of that.
So where is the cost going to go up? I don't understand. It's kind of like you have a circular argument and it's not resonating with me. How are costs going to go up when we wouldn't have to send any of our trash out? We have more than 50% capacity that's available designated to New Hampshire. So tell me how costs are going up and the sky's going to fall. And you keep saying the word ban. This isn't a ban. This is a pause till 2030.
So I want to go back to an earlier question you asked a prior witness, where you pointed out that I believe it was one of the facilities
would be considering an application for expansion in 2028 or 2029, which is, and their, if I understood correctly, their current their current permit goes to 2034, which is a 6-year period. So the concern isn't necessarily that there's the concern is that because it takes time to go through the permitting process, approximately 6 years, if I did that math correctly, for an expansion, I assume that a new landfill would take longer than that. But because it takes such a long period of time, if you have a pause for the length of time that this bill proposes, you end up in a situation where the max intake that the existing landfills can take is exceeded by the actual volume of landfillable materials generated in the state of New Hampshire. And so the question is, what happens with that extra and who pays for that? And so that's where I'm getting the cost argument is, well, if the extra ends up having to get shipped again, I'm just making it hard for people in Ohio. If it has to get shipped to Ohio, that cost of shipment is probably going to be higher, whether that's via truck, whether that's via train, than it is to go to someplace closer. Again, it depends on exactly what happens in the regulatory structure, but that's where I'm basing my cost argument, if that's helpful, Representative.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So, as a member of the New Hampshire legislature, it is my job to look out for residents of New Hampshire and businesses in New Hampshire, not businesses in Massachusetts or Connecticut or Vermont. And the way that our statute is written in terms of landfill capacity, New Hampshire trash has priority at the landfill, waste management is required to have that capacity through 2034 at Turnkey. Mount Carberry is required to have that capacity through 2040. If it looks like they won't be able to meet that capacity for New Hampshire trash, they have to take less out-of-state trash. Why should I, as someone who's watching out for New Hampshire businesses and New Hampshire residents, care if a Massachusetts business or Massachusetts residents have to send their trash to Ohio? I don't see how is that a benefit for New Hampshire to watch out for the people of Massachusetts.
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Bixby. Just to be clear, my testimony is limited to businesses operating in New Hampshire. That's who I represent. I don't represent businesses in Massachusetts. Whether or not they have to ship their trash somewhere else is totally irrelevant to what I'm paid to care about. And I would assume that as a representative in the legislature that you represent your constituents.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure that you've heard a lot of the testimony today. Would you agree that there are concerns that have been raised about a variety of issues for our landfills, for our waterways, whether we're accepting materials that the states around us don't accept, where the PFAS is coming from, where it's going? Do you think that a pause to consider some of these very important issues is unreasonable?
Well, let me frame it this way. We've had numerous study committees, as we've heard today, over the past more than a decade. We have had the solid waste working group working on this problem, and we haven't come up with a solution yet. I don't believe that a pause is going to result in a solution. It's just going to limit our options going forward.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Are you aware that a permit has already been worked up for the past 6 years, and this pause would not keep that permit, it would not require that permit to start from scratch. An awful lot of work has been done. And overall, I'm hearing about shipping trash to Ohio. New Hampshire doesn't have a capacity problem. That has been demonstrated through all the meetings that I've participated in. So we have to get some of these red herrings off the table. We need the pause because we've got issues that haven't been resolved. Not that we haven't been working on them, but we haven't gotten to the point we need to be in order to be secure that we can safely take New Hampshire's trash and not the surrounding states who are sending the materials that are toxic to New Hampshire residents.
Thank
I
you
don't
for
know
the-
if there was a question in there. I
Thank you for the
forget.
question. I am aware of kind of the grandfathering process with permitting.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony this
Thank you.
afternoon. And I call Wayne Morrison, who's asked to speak for 5 minutes, but if you have heard something already said that you were planning on saying, please refrain from repeating it. Representative Wheeler, if you'd like to take your seat, you may. Oh, okay. Absolutely. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Wayne Morrison, and I am president of an organization called North Country Alliance for Balanced
Speak
Change.
closer to the, thank you.
I want to start my testimony, Chair Aaron and Representative Germana and all of you. I want to thank you. We've been at this for 6 years, and this is the most constructive, detailed, meaningful conversation I have heard at any point about the solid waste problems in the state of New Hampshire. So I applaud you for your willingness to wade into what is a complicated and sometimes controversial issue. And I am more optimistic now than ever before, in part because this body has been willing to wade in and try and make a difference. I have testimony that I'm sending around. I won't read it, but I would like to highlight a few points. At various points this morning, we talked about things like how much waste is generated in the state of New Hampshire. And Representative Comtois mentioned, and I know there's an issue, there's a big housing problem, and we're trying to do something about it. But a reality check would be the state of New Hampshire's population has been relatively flat for the last 8 years. The amount of trash we generate in the state is roughly 1 million tons. It's maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. But you can hear all kinds of things about a crisis in the state of New Hampshire around trash. It absolutely is not the case. In fact, if you were in business and you had this kind of a flat demand situation, you would feel you'd have an incredibly efficient process to handle it because you can pretty much guarantee how much you're going to see every year. The wild card is, unfortunately, we take in almost the same amount from out of state. And to my recollection and in our review, that amount of trash is going to go up. The conversation about Ohio has nothing to do with New Hampshire, by the way. Massachusetts doesn't just send us their trash. They send their trash on railroad cars to Ohio, to Pennsylvania, to South Carolina. They've made a decision. Literally, the train has left the station in Massachusetts. They have decided, rather than deal with that problem, they'll make it somebody else's problem. And because we're a neighboring state, and because we haven't acted sooner, we're a magnet for it. And what I've heard today is I heard words today that we echoed 3 and 4 years ago, and I can't tell you how rewarding it is to finally hear representatives of the people starting to see the same issues that we have seen. I also want to talk a little bit about the solid waste plan. Karen Ebell is a hero to me. She took on a very complicated task with a committee that was made up mainly with people in industry who have a financial interest in fighting any progress on this subject. And she has been able to make progress. That plan, the overarching goal of that plan that was handed down by the legislature was to set an aggressive goal. You've heard the number 25% reduction by 2030. What that means in real waste is 375,000 tons if we were able to deliver it. That's the equivalent of eliminating almost any landfill in the state except the waste management one in Turnkey. That's how much trash that is. That would eliminate the need for one landfill. If we ever hit the 45% by 2050, that's 675,000 tons. It's an enormous, that's what we should be aiming at. And the reason that's important is that plan was developed less than 2 years ago. Why on earth would we not let that team that's done good work? We're just starting, the composting initiative is just starting. Why would we ever issue a new permit for a new landfill and institutionalize the same thing that we're trying to stop? I haven't spoken to anybody in the legislature or in the public. I grew up in Massachusetts. I have friends in Massachusetts. Nobody thinks what we're doing makes any sense. All we need is the backbone and the willingness to wade in and do something about it. We keep hearing about the Interstate Commerce Clause. That is an obstacle. It's not the end of the story. Other states have figured out how to get around it. We do not have to hire private companies to run our landfills. And our goal should be, I believe our goal should really be, if we're successful, to push out as far as possible, ever having to have another landfill in the state of New Hampshire. And that's doable. It's not a pipe dream. It's not some tree hugger telling you something that we can't live with. We can do that. But rather than pouring infrastructure money into private companies who get rich and who threaten our environment, we should be putting it into composting and recycling. And we should be working back to the manufacturers. I don't know about you, but when you go to McDonald's or you go to Dunkin' Donuts and you order something, you get a plastic cup, 14 spoons, a bunch of napkins, you walk 4 feet and you throw it in the trash. And guess where that goes? That goes to a landfill. So I'm encouraged by where we are. The absolute elephant in the room in any of these conversations is out-of-state waste. It dwarfs anything else we do. If we want to meet that solid waste plan, there's 2 things we got to do. Take the food waste out and scale our composting capability. And I'm not saying eliminate out-of-state waste, but why can't we cut it in half? And one way to do that is don't license a new permit to a private operator who is on record to say that 50% of that waste is going to come from out of state. It makes no sense. Governor Ayotte went to our little lake in the northern part of this state, and in 5 minutes took a selfie, and she said, she looked around and said, "This makes no sense." And to her credit, she stood up and doubled down during her inauguration speech and said, "There will be no landfill at Forest Lake. It's a beautiful place, and we're not going to let it become the dumping ground of New England." In order for that to really happen, we need our legislators to be bold and be courageous and stand up to the interests of industry and do the right thing for the people of New Hampshire. This is an issue that's been going on for far too long, and it's not okay to just punt it down the road. We have a great opportunity. The moratorium is a perfect opportunity to fix a bunch of things that are broken. And I think that's out-of-state waste. I think that's leachate that we talked about earlier today. I think it's PFAS, and I think it's around our site selection process. We have a bunch of things. People are working hard. The DES is doing everything they can, but they're limited and they need your help. This is a policy decision. And if we can only stand up and say, what we're doing isn't working, we need to go in another direction, let's take a pause and let's fix this. Let's not be the whipping boy from Massachusetts any longer. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call Nicole Duran. Is it Duran? Oh, Dillon. I'm sorry. I couldn't read it. Dillon. And you are from Lancaster. Thank you. Please put the mic on. Just, yep. Don't be nervous. There's a button there. Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Okay. We don't bite. We're good.
Okay. I am here to share my story and to advocate for Forest Lake. Bethlehem has saved my life. I came up from Massachusetts where I lived in a toxic luxury apartment complex. And I got very, very sick from gases there that were produced a lot from the leachate that happened from the land that was contaminated, that wasn't being supervised. And what happened was, what I'm asking you, I wrote my little notes here. I'm asking you to support this bill and the temporary moratorium while proper supervision, regulation, and enforcement is established. I moved up to New Hampshire from Massachusetts. Live free or die is no joke. My former luxury apartment complex was built on contaminated land tested by Sanborn Head, who concluded an exemption to not report concentrations of hazardous chemicals, including lead arsenate. At that time, there was no significant risk defined by the MCP, to no fault of Sanborn Heads. I'm also speaking to advocate for them and the corporations because of the negligence and the lack of inspections is going to tarnish their good name, their hard work and dedication trying to figure out how to manage the waste. At that time, there was no significant risk because there was no development. In comes the property, the luxury apartment complex, that began to suffer corrosion from being built on the lead arsenate. So all the pipes, all the wiring inside the building, inside the walls, are corroding and producing very toxic gases, which is not inspected because nobody's claiming responsibility for these properties. I shouldn't say these. This one particular property is all I know for sure. It's an orphan building and no plumbing inspection. Nobody knows whose jurisdiction it is. And there's no supervision or regulation. So what happens is there's plenty of water intrusion. The sprinkler system is corroded, so there's water pouring through the ceilings. The last year I was there, I had 15 leaks in 1 year. I had leaks all 6 years that I was there. So this contaminated water is recycling inside of the building, breaking down the HVAC systems, leaking all over the rugs. So when I heard him say rugs, it put a little light bulb off in my head. Like, those rugs are going into the dumpsters that are labeled with Casella. And we're also downhill from a Superfund site where there's no drainage on the property because it's saturated in oil. So when the water does finally subside, you can see over by the playground, there's a white residue that's left on the grass. So I can't say for sure where all of this trash is going, but I do know that there are Casella dumpsters there, and I do see maintenance putting a lot of items in there that are questionable. I used to be a special ed science teacher, so I know a little bit about chemicals and gases. I became too sick, and my cognitive ability is out the window to be able to teach again. It's a miracle I can speak right now. I was having seizures and comas in my apartment. So what I'm asking you again is to seriously consider a temporary moratorium. Again, it's also for the corporations who did their best. They found an exemption. That's their business. That's what they're doing. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. That's what they did. There was no follow-up. There was no supervision. There's no enforcement. There's no one checking the building commissioner's license. There's no one checking up on the fire department, which is not to their fault. Their hands are tied behind their back and nobody can do anything. It's out of hand. So if we have a moratorium and a little bit more time and some more talk around the table to say, how can we help everybody and how can we bring justice for everybody all around, from tenants, residences, and maybe things like streams that are public water supplies that are behind luxury apartment complexes like this, that are contaminating our society and our children. We just need to talk about it. We need to get the word out, and we all need to communicate. What we have here is a problem of communication, and everybody's at different levels of understanding. I think that's all. Again,
Thank
I
you.
want to say I am speaking for the people, but also for the corporations and the businesses to keep their good name polished.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
very much.
coming.
Thank you
Yep.
for your service.
And I only have one last pink card. That's Director Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES. And the agency is not taking a position on this bill. As we often do, we do review the bill, and if we identify any concerns or observations, we try to share those with the committee if we think they're important for the committee to know about. So there are a handful of things I'd like to review, largely technical issues that I think might have an inadvertent or not work the way that the sponsor may have intended. And the first one, I'll just go through the bill. It's a pretty short bill. On lines 5 and 6, where it talks about department accepting applications but not being prohibited from evaluating or processing them. A technicality here is that under current law, if the agency accepts an application and does not act on it and render a decision within a certain number of days, then under RSA 541A29, the application is deemed approved. And I don't think that was the sponsor's intention here. So perhaps a way to address that would be either to tell the agency it has to deny an application during this period, or it could say something like notwithstanding RSA 541A29, and then talk about the agency being prohibited from processing the application. So I just wanted to point that out. And then on line 6, again, that's that same provision there. With the prohibition, if the committee is interested in addressing some of the concerns that have been raised about, a delay in reviewing applications may be potentially causing a capacity problem, then I think that possibly the bill could instead say something like, the agency can still process the application. It can engage with the applicant to do some review for completeness and determine whether, at least there's enough information there to process the application during that moratorium period, so that when the moratorium expires, it won't be like starting from the beginning. Because as I read the language now, we can accept an application, but we can't even really review it or process it in any fashion. And so, again, it's maybe more of a technicality than anything else, but we thought it was important to raise that. Also on lines 7 and 8, and there's been some testimony about this, it seems to anticipate that potentially new regulations or new technologies may come along during this moratorium period. But as we read it, this bill doesn't provide for that necessarily. It assumes that those things are going to happen, I guess, pursuant to other legislation or what have you. And it occurs that the concern would be, and I don't know if this is really a concern that's realistic, but if just this bill were to pass and then nothing happened during that moratorium period, we would then have an application, or we could then receive applications again and review them under the very same regime that we have right now. And I don't think that's the intent of the sponsor. So one thought about that would be either to include in this bill some provision for making policy changes, or including provisions like this moratorium in another bill that seeks to make changes to the regulatory framework. So that's just an observation. And then on lines 9 through 12, where it talks about nothing that the moratorium doesn't apply to expansions. There's a technical problem there because it talks about fully permitted facilities. You know, it wouldn't prohibit us from processing facilities that have already been fully permitted for an expansion. But the reality is, because we administer the program through a system of permits, any expansion that we may have already approved an expansion, but it's not fully permitted because it has to go through design review and construction approval, operating approval. So a technicality in reading that, you could say, well, your expansion was approved, but it wasn't actually fully permitted, so you can't build it. I'm not sure that, again, is what is intended by the legislation. So I raise that as a potential technical problem. And then I guess the last of all, on line 15 of the bill, where it makes reference to public utilities, or rather perennial water bodies traversing the footprint of the landfill. I'm not really sure how or where a perennial water body would be traversing the footprint of a landfill. So we wouldn't be permitting something like that. So I'm not really sure where that's going, and I don't have a suggestion for how to fix it because I'm not really sure why it's there. So I just wanted to raise that because we're not really understanding what that is. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, Representative Gruber.
Director, thank you very much. These are very, very valuable thoughts and comments. Can we get a copy of these in writing, or sit down with you and discuss how these would work specifically?
We're happy to do that. I can summarize them in a letter and then and provide that to the committee and to the sponsor.
Great. Thanks very much.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Wimsatt. I think that your first 2 points were right on, and I appreciate the feedback on the bill. In regards with lines 9 through 12, I think that there's a piece that is missing. It's talking about the landfill that is currently fully permitted, nothing to do with the expansion. So I think that that's just and I think it's crystal clear there. So it's not talking about a permitted expansion. It's talking about it doesn't apply for an operating fully permitted site. So
I think I understand what you're saying. I guess my only concern would be the fully permitted language is potentially a little problematic because at some level, maybe no landfill is ever fully permitted. It's an ongoing, evolving regulatory framework, and pretty much if you change your operating plan, it's a permit modification. So, and I'm not trying to be difficult with that. What I'm saying is here's the example. Let's say that the committee passes the bill and they expect that any existing landfills can be expanded and aren't impacted by the moratorium. And then someone in a location where a landfill is going to be expanded doesn't like it. They may point to that and say, well, it's not really fully permitted, so you're subject to the moratorium. And all I'm suggesting is, if that's not the intent of the legislature, if it advances a bill like this, we want to make sure that that language is really clear and accurate and doesn't create that kind of a problem.
perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
So thank you for pointing out this set of technical issues. And would it be correct to assume that you would be available to the committee or subcommittee to work on an amendment that would help iron these out?
We always try to be available for technical assistance whenever it's requested.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very, very much for your testimony and some illuminating thoughts and ideas on how to improve this bill. We really appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You so much. Last pink card that I have, and we are sort of running out of time here, is Jared Sullivan, I believe, from Grafton 2. Representative, good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for having me. I'm actually presenting the next bill, so I can sit here after I'm done talking. Yeah, anyway, so I just
But
wanted
you're talking about
I'm talking about 171.
171,
Yeah,
yes.
so I just wanted to say I support this bill. I come from Bethlehem, where, as we know, one of the landfills is, and where the location of one of the controversial potential sites of a new landfill is going to be adjacent to our town, right on our border. So I think this is a great idea moving forward to try to give us a little bit of time. This has been a contentious issue in our state for years now. Since before I was in the legislature, and I think some of the suggestions in the wording that was just made previously maybe can be worked into making this a little bit better. But I think all in all, this is something that we should support. We need to take a little time to make sure we get our regulations more modernized with respect to landfill siting, and I hope that the committee will take time to pass this legislation to give us a chance to do that. So that we don't have a landfill crunch in the future. We have a little bit of a runway, and I think we should not jump the gun and approve things before we really need to, and potentially put them in places that we will, that people in future generations will be regretting. So.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. And can I have the blue sheet for HB 171? And also want to report that for this particular bill, the online support was 292 in support of this legislation, 6 people in opposition. On our blue sheet, we have 8 people in support of this bill. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing for HB 171. We are about 20 minutes out or 18 minutes out from our HR 13, but we've all been sitting here for quite a while, and I wonder if anybody needs a bio break here for like 3 minutes.
We possibly have him introduce it because he needs to get out of here for work.
No, we cannot do that. No. So we either start the bill or just take a quick break. Yeah. And we're past, yeah. So we want to take a quick break because people have been waiting here for just a few minutes. If you need to go visit the restroom and then come back. Thank you. I'd like our members to please take their seats. If there's anyone out in the hallway, please come in, and we will resume with the last hearing of the day. Is everyone here? All right. I'm going to open the hearing for H.R. 13, opposing the permitting of a landfill next to Forest Lake State Park in Dalton, New Hampshire. And I leave it to Representative Sullivan to introduce this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I I decided to put in this House resolution because I think there's been so much drama around siting of this specific landfill. And as everybody in this committee is well aware, there's been a lot of animosity, and there's been a lot of arguing. There's been a lot of controversy, all surrounding landfill siting in this state. Our laws, I think, have been proven to be a little bit outdated, and that's something that we need time, as some of the other bills that we've addressed today are trying to address. But they're a little bit outdated, and we need time to come up with better regulations around the siting of landfills. But one thing I think is not controversial, at least it's not controversial to me, and I honestly don't think it's controversial to the majority of people I speak to. If you look at the representatives as co-sponsors, this is a very bipartisan co-sponsorship, is Forest Lake. The Forest Lake location is not a good location for a landfill. The soil there, right, is very porous, as I'm sure many of you have heard in other testimonies throughout the years, if you've served on this committee before or have been paying attention to the saga of this specific landfill for the past many years. It's just not a great location in terms of if things start leaking, it would go into Forest Lake or into the adjacent river system, which feeds into the Connecticut. I think it's a very reasonable stance. While this has, I acknowledge has no teeth. It's just our stance as a body if we were to pass this through the House. I think it sends a strong message that this is something that is not a good. It's not a good idea to have something next to a lake in New Hampshire's first state park that has a lake, and if we could pass this, I think that would help get us a little bit of news coverage for the rest of the state. A lot of times up north, where I'm from and where a few members on this committee are from, we sort of sometimes feel like we're ignored by people in the south where the population is. And this bill has kind of risen above that, or sorry, this issue has risen above that, this landfill at Forest Lake. I think this resolution would just elevate it that much further and bring this controversial issue to the mainstream even more than it already has been through the great advocacy of many of the people who've been opposing this for years. And it would hopefully help really solidify the position of the state that this is not a good place for this, and we need to hold off on putting a landfill in one of the more beautiful parts of our state that is potentially dangerous if there's leaking and because of all the hydrology of the soil in the area of that location, and give us some more time to find better locations and better regulations. So that's the motivation behind this, and I really hope that you guys will consider this, and hopefully we can, in a few weeks' time, be celebrating passage on the House.
Any questions from the committee? I do have a quick question, actually. Seeing as House resolutions kind of don't go anywhere, they don't go to the Senate. Well, the Senate never does anything with them. How do you feel that this is, meaningful to do?
Yeah. So, and I, as I said when I was presenting this, I think that I acknowledge that there's no teeth to a House resolution, but what it does is it shows this is the position of the House, and that should elevate this issue statewide, because that will get covered in the media. That'll show that the majority of the House, and that would be a bipartisan vote if we can pass this. The majority of people in the House, regardless of party, do not want this landfill, think this is an inappropriate site for a landfill. Is there teeth behind it? No, and I acknowledge that there isn't. But I think elevating this issue and showing that there's a bipartisan support, something that we can all unite behind, is a great message for the people of New Hampshire, because increasingly it's rare that we see bipartisan work, and when we do see it, the citizens celebrate that, they love that. And B, it would also just elevate this issue for the people who live in the southern part of the state, whether it's Portsmouth or Nashua or Manchester. A lot of these people don't actually understand some of the issues going on with respect to this bill. And so this would just get a little bit more news coverage. And, you know, we all know a lot of people, a lot of our constituents are living in bubbles and not always paying attention to issues that are not in their backyards. And, you know, there's not a lot of people up in this part of the state. And so this is a good way for us to sort of magnify an issue that's really important to us and should be important to them.
Do you feel that the issue of citing a landfill in Dalton has not gotten enough press?
No, I think it's done. They've done a great job. The advocates for it have done a great job in elevating it. But I think that this would be a way to elevate it even more, because it would send a message that this is the official position of the House. If this were to pass, this would be the official position of the House, and I think that would be a statement in its own right. That would be newsworthy.
Okay, thank you. Representative Germana and Representative Wheeler, if you need to sit, you may please go to your seat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Would you say that a House resolution, in addition to the statement that has been made by the governor, provides added weight? Does it mean more for a House resolution on this issue, do you think, to pass, given the statement that the governor's already made? And does that perhaps also send a message to the body on the other side of the wall if future action is required?
Yeah, I mean, I think if two of the three branches of government are are in agreement on this, then I mean that's a pretty powerful statement. And you know, the government has been pretty clear on this, and if we are clear about it, then it's hard to imagine that the people on the other side of the wall are gonna buck that trend.
Sorry, I didn't give you that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Wheeler.
I have a question for you, Madam Chair. Is a House resolution able to be put on the consent calendar?
I don't know. I would imagine it should. I will ask that question of our House clerk.
I believe it is, but that would be a question for the committee to. I believe that a House resolution can be on the consent calendar, but given that the idea behind a House resolution is to make a point about something public, it might make sense not to put it on the consent calendar and just have and even if we all agree on it, have a brief speech at the well saying, this is a great idea, let's all support it.
Okay. Well,
does a resolution need a simple majority in the House? Do we know that? I thought it needed more than a simple majority, in which case it couldn't go on consent. Is it simple?
I'm not sure for that either. But I do know, pardon me.
Do you mind if I leave? Unless there's a question for me, because I have to go to work.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. There's no questions for you. But I do know that there are a fair amount of House reps that will not support House resolutions because they don't feel that they are meaningful at all. So there's that. I'm just saying. I call Carolyn Choate to speak on HR 13. Good afternoon. Thanks for hanging in there and put on, yeah, there you go.
I'm here to, I am Carolyn from Nashua. I'm here to put a human face on the issue. I'm a member of the Cancer Club. Anyone else here? A member of that club? Not once, but twice. And I am 67 now, and my first bout was at 45 with breast cancer and told I had 3 years to live. And then 20 years later, thyroid cancer. And I took a moral obligation way back when, as a 45-year-old with 2 very young children, that I would do whatever I could to prevent cancer in all its forms, to the best of my knowledge. And I was a TV reporter for 30 years at TV 13 Nashua that I owned with my husband Gordon, and I spent an hour up here in Concord. So I know all about the media, and we do care in southern New Hampshire about this lake, and we do care about, or I care about, all the different causes of cancer. My last bout with cancer was thyroid, and PFAS are a definite cause. I now spend my time between working full-time at Southern New Hampshire University and writing about epigenetic forms of diet and all the different ways that cancer is making its way into our lives. And just happens that my column this week is about PFAS and all the ways it is working its way into our lives. I would vouch to say that we're consuming it all in our water every day, because unless you're drinking reverse osmosis water, you are consuming PFAS every day. Everything you eat, everything you drink, everything you touch. And to think that there is yet this beautiful little piece of property, indeed the first state park, when I found out that someone was, I don't know if I want to say crazy enough or ambitious enough to take advantage of our live free or die sort of libertarianism, knowing that Casella does even mention on its website about its support and ideology for sustainability, I really had to shake my head because I thought, at what price? So I drove up to Dalton, and I don't know how many Nashwans have done that, but I did because I wanted to know firsthand, what are these people facing and why? And is anyone listening? I'm nobody, but I'm a New Hampshire resident. I'm someone who feels like it is my backyard, and I don't know how many of my neighbors took off or felt like they could take off work today to come up here. But by golly, I think I represent a lot of people who give a damn about this, and I hope someone is listening. So I was listening to your parliamentary procedure observations, and I hope that you will recall this conversation here, that I hope there, yes, is bipartisan belief in this cause. I'm so glad that Governor Ayotte is behind this cause. Please know that I think that I speak on behalf of a lot of people who don't want this landfill there. My husband helped me write a little ditty last night. For our lake's sake, dump the dump. I mean, it's just really a no-brainer, and I do seriously hope we don't let the financial proclivities of private industry get in the way of what this small community wants and needs, as it represents all of us. And I don't know what questions you might want to ask me, but I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon, and I appreciate your experience on this. I certainly do not think that you're a nobody. you are somebody who've come forward to talk to us and tell us your story, and we do really appreciate that you've taken the time and the energy to do that. Representative Potenza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and ditto to what Representative Aaron was going to say. You're not a nobody. You're actually a constituent. You're our boss, and your voice is just as strong as the other, 1.4 or 1.3999 million in New Hampshire. So we're supposed to take direction from you, and I'm so glad that you came here. Sorry, it wasn't a question. Would you know that you're very important to us?
Well, like I like to say as a cancer survivor, flat but beautiful.
Okay,
Thank you, and I do hope you will, above all, truly pay attention. I'm sorry that the PFAF law did not go as far as I had hoped it would, but get yourselves a filtration system for your homes and our capital.
Thank you. I call Nancy Morrison.
Oh yeah, thank you.
I call Nancy Morrison.
Well, hello again, and thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm Nancy Morrison from Whitefield, New Hampshire, and I bring greetings to Chairwoman Judy Aaron and the esteemed members of this committee. I'm here today to ask you to vote yes on House Resolution 13 to keep a landfill from being built next to Forest Lake State Park, one of New Hampshire's 10 original parks. There are actually 93 state parks in total in New Hampshire, and they all deserve protection from projects that would threaten their natural resources and beauty, as well as endanger public health and harm our tourism industry, which drives New Hampshire's economy. However, only one of these 93 state parks is being threatened by the construction of a mega landfill with the potential to occupy, over time, up to 1,800 greenfield acres, including all its infrastructure. A mountain of trash, admittedly 50% from out of state, would be situated on porous sand and gravel, next to the pristine gem Forest Lake, as well as the Ammonoosuc River watershed, and acres of wetlands and fragile ecosystems. I will not review with all of you what you have heard about degradation and dangers of landfills. You've heard enough of that today. But we are talking about the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the soil we grow our food in for generations to come. And Judy, my last sentence kind of has you in mind from what you said earlier. I know House Resolution 13 is a non-binding determination, but it would stand as a symbol and as a signal of what New Hampshire values and is committed to protecting for its citizens and the environment here. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration on this resolution. Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have written testimony to submit?
I do. I didn't know if it was important enough, but I have.
Sure, we'd like to include that in our file. Call the last pink card, unless anybody else would like to speak. Mr. John Swan from Safe Forest Lake.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is John Swan. I live in Dalton, New Hampshire. I do not live on Forest Lake. I live near it and use it. I do need to preface my testimony by stating that in order to not get sued a third time by Casella, I need you to understand that all of this is my opinion based on my research and experience. And part of that, it's kind of funny to have to add that to basically my public statements, but in April of 2020, Casella filed suit against me for claiming 39 statements I made were defamatory. And then basically through the process with the judicial system, it was whittled down to 9. And then ultimately we wound up settling. They didn't want to go to court, signed a non-disclosure agreement. And then 2 weeks later, they didn't like the news story that came out in the Caledonian Record about the story. And they filed a second suit against me for basically saying I violated the non-disclosure agreement. And since then, the reporter that did call me, I told him no comment. He filed a deposition stating that he never did speak with me about the story. John Casella just didn't like the story. And then since then, they have amended their complaint against me to include 13 statements by them saying my assertions that the NCS landfill is contaminating the watershed of the Ammonoosuc River are false and defamatory. So I think the groundwater reports that they submit via Sanborn Head will help that in court. We will be in court in September, I believe. But it's cost me over approximately $200,000 in legal fees so far with all the lawsuits. But I do want to, I really can't, Nancy's a hard act to follow. I just want to mention that I did email you my testimony, and in that I included a 2-pager. It's a Forest Lake State Park GSL landfill info sheet. I hope you'll read it. I've gone through, I've spent hours reading all these documents, these applications, and this breaks down the impacts that this will have on the North Country. But I also want to share the fact that the one thing that has remained constant, they withdrew the first set of applications, resubmitted again. They had to whittle it down to right now they're calling it a one-phase only, 70-acre, 18-year landfill. The one thing that's remained constant is they're seeking 600,000 cubic yards of annual capacity. Converted to tonnage at a 0.78 rate, which is typically used, it's about 456,000 tons a year. To put that in perspective, the current permit for the Stage 6 operating permit for the NCS landfill is 230,000 cubic yards, or approximately 180,000 tons a year. So in essence, Casella is seeking 2.5 times what they are currently taking in at the NCS landfill. So just please, that's in my testimony I sent you. It's very important because they say it's an 18-year landfill. However, they have admitted in discussions in Dalton with the select board there that the life of the facility is not over with until the capacity is exhausted. So if you take that 230,000 cubic yards that they're currently doing at Bethlehem, roll that into the 18 years times 600,000 cubic yards, it's approximately 46 years of permitted life for this facility. And that goes against the wishes or the intent of RSA 149M, which calls for only a 20-year permitting period. It gives them a lot of wiggle room because let's say they do use that 600,000 cubic yards based on what they're bringing into the Bethlehem facility, 60% of that would be from out of state. So just something to keep in mind. It's giving them a lot of wiggle room. And then, of course, as Nancy mentioned, they have 1,899 acres of land under contract. They have not closed on that land yet. So keep in mind, they can obviously walk away from the land deal if they don't get their permitting, which is what they're waiting for. So anyway, thank you for the long day of testimony. And I really hope you'll it's a symbolic gesture, but this is the people's house. I mean, we've been coming to you for 6 years for help. So, please, it's a lot of lives, a lot of families that couldn't be here today, but their lives, their properties will be impacted by this facility. So we really don't want to lose that lake. It's a beautiful lake. It's clean. There's no PFAS there. There's no PFAS on the site property, and there's no PFAS in our wells. That's why I bring my water everywhere. I don't get ice cubes when I go to a diner. I don't know what's in the water. My well, no PFAS detection. So thank you.
I appreciate your testimony this afternoon. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else wish to speak on this HR 13? Okay, I have the blue sheet, and let's just see here. I have, for the online testimony, we had 296 people in support. Thank you, sir. In support, six opposed, 1 neutral, and I have 8 people in support of HR 13 on the blue sign-up sheet. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HR 13. And I do have a little bit of committee housekeeping that I just want to talk to you guys about. Representative Potenza, you had something to share with the committee?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we can exec this bill right now.
I'm not comfortable doing that.
One of the notions behind, in general, holding off to it for on execs until until it's been noticed in the calendar is that there are people who may be interested in being there for the exec session, and they need to have proper warning that it's going to be coming up. So I think that having that that is a part of a standard transparency is important. Sometimes there is a bill that is fairly, the one that we did this afternoon, that we did exec this afternoon, Judy and I talked about that well in advance of doing it. We decided that because it was a very non-controversial bill and would be served well by going through quickly, it would make sense to exec it. But usually we will almost always stick to having at least the normal notice period for any exec.
Okay.
I get it. I just as a follow-up, it's not a bill, it's a resolution. So we've listened to a lot of testimony. I don't see the necessity of having an executive session on it. It's okay.
All right. Representative Scully, you had a question? No? Okay. So Representative Comtois, you had something you wanted to share with the committee as well.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. As always, the young farmers would like to do a breakfast for us. This year, they'd like to do it at a farm in Londonderry, and they have given 2 dates, March 17th and March 24th. And I just wanted to get a consensus from the committee which Tuesday would work best for folks.
March when and when?
March 17th or March 24th.
So those are both Mondays.
Are they Mondays?
Yeah. March 17th.
Well, I guess they're Mondays. I thought they were Tuesdays. Maybe they told me those dates, but I told them Tuesdays. So let's think about March 18th and 25th also as possible. So I'll give them one of those 2 weeks. I didn't know which would be better for folks.
For me, well, it doesn't matter.
18 works?
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion, someone,
Yeah.
right, well, they were supposed to give me Tuesday dates, so I will let her know. And the idea is so we could get to committee, but obviously in March, we're not going to be having committee meetings, we're going to be having session. So, but they do a nice breakfast, they bring in farm milk, bake everything with farm fresh eggs and maple syrup off the farms and berries. It's good, and you get to learn about what young farmers are doing. Go ahead,
Representative Bixby.
So it is actually conceivable that we might be doing execs on the earlier date because that's before the second deadline of the regular bill deadline. So it might make more sense to have the earlier date.
Yep.
Are you saying do the breakfast on a later day?
No. Same day and then you come here.
Same day, because if we're doing execs, it's not going to be, it's not going to be a full day of testimony. It's going to be an hour or so here. So we could do the breakfast, have our execs at like 10:30 or something, and then be done by noon.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to bring up to the committee is school vacation week, which is the week of February 23rd. And as I understand, the House House leadership has requested that we not schedule anything for that week. Are we all okay with that? Yeah, I know that there are some people who are going away. The week of February 24th. So I'm not going to schedule any meetings for that week. That being said, I mean, we have a fair amount of bills to get through. We've got 31 bills in our committee. And as we've seen, several of them are a little complicated. And some of them have been taking, quite a while in committee hearings. So we may need to make one or two times where we're meeting twice a week instead of once a week. And I kind of want to get an idea from the committee what days would be preferable aside from a Tuesday. What days would work best for the majority of everybody for hearings? Or I wouldn't schedule any exec sessions on that second day, but just at least work sessions and hearings for those dates. So I don't know if Mondays are better for people. No. Wednesdays are generally municipal and county uses the room.
But there are other rooms available.
Well, that could be a problem, but I'll see what we can do.
So my preference would be in this order: Wednesdays, Mondays, and last resort Fridays.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I
Yes.
think we spoke earlier today during lunch. There are going to be some of those days I will not be able to make it, and okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep. Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wednesdays would be preferable for me.
Okay. All right, cool. Good to know.
And Representative Howard also.
Okay.
County meetings Monday morning.
Okay. All right, good to know. Okay, the other thing I wanted to get back to you all regarding some questions about House resolutions. I did text our House Clerk, Paul Smith. I said for House resolutions, can they be on the consent calendar? And he replied yes. When the House votes on an HR, is a prevailing vote a simple majority or a higher threshold? And he said simple majority. So I just wanted to share that with you all. Representative Wheeler.
I would agree. Yeah, I agree with that, but I also agree. I think that keeping it off the consent calendar is a good thing. I was just asking, just to clarify from a procedural standpoint, but I agree.
Okay. As I said, I had sent out to everybody a list of where the subcommittee assignments are. And as we've decided today, there will be 2 bills that are going to a solid waste subcommittee and 1 going to the Animal Protection and Licensing Subcommittee. So I would hope that you can organize your meetings as soon as possible and start discussing them. And you can, the folks on those committees, Animal Protection and Licensing, are Comtois as chair, Representative Kenny, Representative Freeman, Representative Haskins, and Representative Sophikaitis. And then on the Solid Waste Subcommittee, Representative King as chair, we have Representative Scully, Potenza, Germana, and Gruber, who are on the Solid Waste Subcommittee. So as soon as you guys can meet and sort of hash out whatever you need to either come up with a new amendment or amendments, amendment, I hope, for those bills to kind of clean them up and see where we can be, that would be great. I have a proposed schedule of bills, which already I can see is going to be changed. And I heard today that the paint recycling bill was going to be vacated to our committee. But wait. But I also know that Thursday, Commerce is having a hearing on it that's already been noticed. So I have indicated to the House Clerk, Paul Smith, that I choose not to have that bill vacated to our committee since Commerce has already scheduled a hearing. And it's an early bill. I don't know where we might be able to fit that in, but I have to still wait and hear back from them as to whether or not we are going to get that bill. But for now, we've got 31 bills in our committee. 6 of them are early bills. We have heard 5 of them, and we will be hearing 1 next week. And other than that,
Madam Chair, what does vacated to our committee?
that means that right now that bill was assigned to Commerce. Because there are a lot of language in that bill having to do with retailers and how they put up signage, what kind of fees they have to collect, and so on and so forth. Vacated to means that it's given to our committee, taken out of that committee and given to us.
Yeah, I can just make a quick clarification. So if the Speaker's office assigns the bills to various committees based on their best guess of where it should go, and sometimes they guess wrong.
Okay.
And the chairs of the committee of one committee will say this shouldn't come to our committee, and a chair of another committee said that should have come to our committee. The typical procedure is that if the bill has not been noticed in the calendar, those 2 chairs can agree that they would like to move the bill from one committee to another. And if the speaker also agrees, then that can happen. And that process is called vacating. It seems like the process did not actually work the way it should have for this bill. There was another bill where Judy and I looked at it and we said, this doesn't really belong on our committee. This belongs in Fish and Game. And
I had that vacated to Fish and Game, so
yeah.
that was one less on our plate.
yeah, so that one went the way it was supposed to.
Right. Yeah. But I still have to check back with the House Clerk to see if they can reverse that vacating to our committee. Because there was a question about it, and I raised that with our House Speaker. And they said they were going to look at it, and I did not, and then when I found out that they had scheduled a hearing, Commerce had scheduled a hearing for this Thursday, I contacted the Speaker's office and I said, never mind, don't bother. You know, they've already started working on this. So, but then I got a notice this morning that that paint recycling bill was vacated to our committee, and I'm like, but no, no.
And one of the reasons that you don't do the vacation after it's been noticed is there is someone who is coming from California on Thursday to testify on that bill. If it gets vacated, then that gets, that screws up that person who's like coming across the country in order to speak to it. So it does not make sense if once it's been noticed to mess around with it.
Yeah, yeah.
So is this like implementation of the bill? Because we passed the bill for it to be a pilot project, I thought.
No.
Okay, so what we did in this committee, we passed the bill unanimously, and then it passed the House unanimously, and then it went to the Senate, and the Senate committee was leaning in favor of it, but they said, let's just check with the governor and see if the governor is willing to sign it. And the answer came back, no, the governor wasn't willing to sign it. So the Senate committee sent it to interim study so that it wouldn't have the blot of a veto on it.
Gotcha.
So it was back, and actually, Paint Cares, the people who are working on it, they were happy to see that it had been stalled because there was still some work that they needed to do with Representative Ebel. So that work has already been put in this current bill. So this bill is a better bill. It's just not, it's not our bill. And so in any case, I just wanted to let the committee know that that was happening. And that's it. I guess have a nice rest of the evening and rest of the week.
Yeah.
And motion to adjourn.
So one quick note, if, assuming that it is still going to be on in Commerce, do sign in remotely, or if you're here, sign in person, just in favor of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate all your time and work on all these bills. Thank you.